Are you saying ready?
Sorry, the control room is typing right now. I just want. Okay, here we go. We're live.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 15th meeting of the San Francisco Police Commission. Sergeant Youngblood, can you please call roll?
Yes. Commissioner De Jesus.
Here.
Commissioner Hamasaki.
Present.
Commissioner Elias. Commissioner Elias.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July meeting of the
Commissioner Brookter.
Present.
All right, Commissioner Taylor, you have a quorum. Also tonight with us are Chief Scott from the San Francisco Police Department and Director Henderson from the Department of Police Accountability.
Thank you. For members of the public who wish to make public comment on the items on the agenda tonight, the phone number is 408-418-9388, access code 146-869-4234. As always, I would ask members of the public to mute any background noise, any televisions or other devices in the background, and mute yourselves when you're not speaking so that we can hear you clearly and that there's no feedback. And I would ask the same thing for my fellow commissioners and the presenters. As always, for my fellow commissioners, if you wish to be heard, just put your name in the chat box and I will call on you. Thank you, Sergeant Youngblood.
Thank you, Commissioner. For members of the public, this meeting is being televised by SF TV. If you are interested in making public comment, please dial 408-418-9388 and enter access code 146-869-4234. Press pound and then pound again to join the meeting as a participant. You will hear a beep when you have entered the meeting. When the public comment is announced either for a line item or for general public comment, dial *3. This will advise the moderator that you wish to speak and will add you to the queue. When you dial *3, you will hear you have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait to speak until the host calls on you. When you hear that, that is your time to make public comment. You will have 2 minutes to provide your comments. Once your 2 minutes have ended, you will be moved out of the queue and back into listening as a participant in the meeting unless you decide to disconnect. Members of the public may stay on in the meeting and listen for when another line item is read in order to make a public comment again by pressing *3 to be added back into the queue. Please be advised that we have updated our agenda to include a live streaming link for members of the public who wish to view the ASL interpreter during the meeting. The link to view the interpreter can be found at www.sfgovtv.org/police-ASL. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Please call the first line item.
Line item 1, consent calendar, receive and file, action. Request for approval to accept gifts of 10 gift boxes filled with assorted seized candies and 5 surgical masks from Ms. Vanita Louie, community advocate for the Rotary Club of Chinatown, for units at the police headquarters, valued at approximately $100.
There's no presenter for this item, correct?
No, we just need a motion.
Motion to approve the gift?
It was $100.
Second.
Can you call roll for the vote?
All right, on the motion to accept the gifts of $10, the gift boxes valued at $100. Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Yeah, but can't we do this by acclamation?
Okay.
Yes, I mean, yes, but I don't know, we do a roll call for every vote.
I think we'll just do it for, because we're on this video conference system, and I don't know if our voices are heard clearly. We do the roll call instead of the way that we did it in person, because it's clear when we're in person who's saying what.
De Jesus is yes. Commissioner Hamasaki?
Yes.
Hamasaki is yes. Commissioner Elias?
Yes.
Elias is yes. Commissioner Brookter?
Yes.
Brookter is yes. Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
President Taylor is yes. Mr. Taylor, you have 5 yeses, and we need to take public comment. For members of the public who would like to make public comment now, please press *3. And Commissioner, we have 1 public comment.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes. Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes. All right. That's all of public comment.
Okay, next line item.
Line item 2, reports to the commission, discussion, Chief's report, weekly crime trends, provide an overview of offenses occurring in San Francisco, major significant incidents, provide a summary of planned activities and events. This will include a brief overview of any unplanned events or activities occurring in San Francisco having an impact on public safety. Commission discussion on unplanned events and activities the chief describes will be limited to determining whether the calendar for a future meeting.
Thank you, Sergeant Youngblood. Good evening, Vice President Taylor, Commission, Executive Director Henderson. I'll start off this week's chief report with the weekly crime trends. Overall, Part 1 crime, we're down 26% year to date. 17% year to date overall. We had a 26% decrease from last week's crime statistics. Overall, our Part 1 violent crime is down 15% for the year, and compared to last week, it's also down 15%. Homicides are still up 9%. We have 24 homicides year to date compared to 22 this time last year. We had 2 homicides in July, and June was a pretty bad month where we had 5 homicides in the month of June. 13 of the 24 cases have been cleared. Of this year's cases have been cleared. 12 have been cleared by arrest and 1 by exceptional clearance. There have been other clearances from prior years. Gun violence is down 2% year to date. We had 4 shooting incidents causing injuries to 2 victims over this past week. For the year, there's a total of 60 incidents resulting in 65 victims injured from gun violence. As it relates to property crime is down 17% year to date. And when we look at last week's property crime, we're down 27% from where we were last week. Auto burglaries are significantly down year to date. That's 35% for the year. And a lot of that is due in large part to our COVID response as a city. Compared to 2018, we're 41% down. Compared to 2017, we are 52% down. And looking at our homicides, we have the 15, I'm sorry, homicides that were firearms related or homicides that where firearm was used. And that is no change from last year. This time last year, we also had 15. So we are flat there. Again, a lot of work to do on our gun violence has been asked about and pointed out by this commission. And we look forward, based on Commissioner Taylor's inquiry on the strategies that we're employing, we are going to present a presentation in the next few weeks on our homicide strategies and everything that we're doing to reduce our gun violence in our city. And that'll be done by Director Tiffany Sutton of our Crime Strategies Unit.
Great.
In terms of significant incidents, as I stated, we had 4 shooting incidents over this past week. One that I'd like to talk a little bit about was a shooting that happened on the 100 block of Kiska Road in the Bayview on July 8th. This became a public interest when a video from one of the, not persons involved in the shooting, but there was a car stop that resulted after the person that was shot was dropped off at the hospital. And that video was posted on Instagram. It caused quite a bit of public interest. And basically the scenario, our officers had responded to a shot spotter activation in the area of Kiska and Dormitory. And this was near the Boys and Girls Club in the Bayview area. Several casings were located, but no victims nor suspects were found at that time. Within minutes, there was a call regarding a hit and run collision in the area of Phelps and Hudson, locating a vehicle with blood, but no occupants were in the vehicle. The San Francisco Sheriff's Office, assigned to San Francisco General Hospital, advised that a gunshot victim had been dropped off and the victim had a wound to the left upper chest. It so happened that the victim, the person that was dropped off, it was later determined was involved in a series of violent robberies in the city of San Francisco. So that person was subsequently arrested for the robberies. The robberies, though, as far as we know at this point in the investigation, are unrelated to the shooting. After the persons dropped the person who had been shot off, they basically left the location. They didn't bring him into the hospital, they just left the location. This was observed by San Francisco Police Department officers that saw the person being dropped off. They radioed to officers in areas, including sheriff deputies, to conduct a stop on the vehicle, not knowing whether the people who had dropped the person who had been shot off were connected with the shooting or not. So based on that information, a stop was conducted on the vehicle, a high-risk stop, and the occupants of the vehicle were ordered out. The stop was initiated by San Francisco Sheriff's deputies, and San Francisco police officers assisted in ordering out the occupants of the vehicle and detaining them. There were 3 juveniles and 1 adult in the car. And after investigation, it was discovered that the people in the car had only dropped the gunshot victim off and had not been involved in the shooting. Officers explained the situation, apologized, and everybody was released. So again, the video that was posted on Instagram was the actual video from one of the occupants of the vehicle. And of course, being stopped by the police under those conditions is a very serious and traumatic event. So we are reaching out to the family in spirit of fairness and procedural justice of the juveniles who were stopped, and the adult as well. and so we can sit down and talk through these issues. One of our community groups, community entities that we have a relationship with is helping to facilitate that. So that has not happened yet, but hopefully it will happen in the very near future, where we sit down as an organization and have a conversation with the occupants of that vehicle. But again, it did get over 20,000 looks when it was posted on Instagram, so it was of community interest. We put out a statement as well on Instagram and social media explaining the situation. So again, we're going to reach out and make sure we have a conversation about this and see what we can do to help these young adults or young kids actually get through this event. The next shooting I want to talk about is shooting at 50 Osceola in the Bayview, where 2 victims were struck with gunfire. Thankfully, they both are expected to survive their injuries. And it seemed to be the investigation is disclosed at this point that it was a exchange of gunfire in this situation. So we are still investigating. There have not been any arrests made, and we are following up on leads on that investigation. So again, that appeared to be an exchange of gunfire. The next shooting happened on July 9th in the Mission District on the 2800 block of 16th Street. Officers responded to a shot spotter activation and located a victim with a gunshot wound. The victim advised that he had had an altercation between himself and an acquaintance, and as he walked away, the acquaintance pulled out a gun and shot him. Victim self-transported to the hospital and was treated for his injuries. The injuries were non-life threatening. So we do have definitely significant information on that particular case, but we have not made an arrest on that case yet. I just want to follow up. I know we have our presentation on all of our strategies coming to the commission, but some follow-up from last week's discussion. Commissioner DeSouza asked about the statistics in the Bayview. So just the high-level statistics, we've had 24 year-to-date, or victims of gunshot in the Bayview year-to-date, and this is through the end of this past week. 2019, we had exactly the same number, so that's nothing to brag about. 24 is way too many, but there has not been a change in victims from this year to last year, so we have a lot of work to do. As we know, we've seen a spike of several spikes of gun violence in the Bayview district this year, so we definitely have a lot of work to do. And we're looking forward to that presentation to the commission. The last event that I'd like to talk about was it was an unsanctioned, unplanned event, but we had a group of skateboarders on the Dolores Street corridor from 18th to 21st Street. And basically we had up to estimates are 1,000 participants at times on their skateboards on that particular street. We had a number of vandalism type of incidents that stemmed from that. Much frustration from members of the community who were victims of vandalism and other quality of life crimes, urination on their properties and that type of thing. There were a few injuries associated with this. The Mission District officers, along with help from officers from outside agencies deployed, tried to make the event as safe as we could, given the gravity of how many people were out there. But it's definitely an issue that we have to get a handle on. A lot of frustration in the community about this event. Thankfully, nobody was seriously injured. We did have a couple of injuries, both the skateboarders, and we had one elderly man who was actually attacked when he confronted a group of individuals that were urinating on his property. And that person had some serious injuries, but we hope that he makes a full recovery. So we will work through this. We have some evidence, video evidence and the like, that we will follow up on to determine particularly the groups that were violent, the individuals in that group that were violent. I will say by and large, it was a peaceful event, although disruptive to the community. By and large, it was peaceful, but there was a group of people among the many that were out there skateboarding that were violent and committing acts of vandalism and the like. So this is not the first event that we've had problems with of that nature. So we're going to work through that and work with our community partners, MTA, as well as other city entities to see if we can work through that and address the community's concerns and the public safety concerns associated with this event. That is it for this portion of my report. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Chief. I'm asking to add shootings to the table that you provide us every week for the weekly crime trends.
We'll do, Vice President Taylor.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next line item.
Right, next, the public is welcome to, for public comment on line item 2 for the chief's report. At this time, if you would like to make public comment on line item 2 for the chief's report, please press *3 to raise your hand. Also, members of the public should call 408-418-9388, enter access code 146-869-4234, press pound and then pound again. So far, Commissioner, we have 1 public comment.
Okay. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes. Good evening, caller. You have been unmuted to make your comments.
Hello?
Hello, you have 2 minutes.
I didn't raise my hand to speak. I think actually you thought I was calling in the last one as well. No, I didn't raise my hand to speak.
All right, so you have no public comment?
No.
Thank you. All right, there are no public comments.
Okay, next line item.
Line item 3, discussion and possible action to approve draft Department General Order 5.23, interactions with deaf and hard of hearing individuals, for meeting and conferring with the San Francisco Police Officers Association as required by law. Discussion and possible action.
Okay, again, good evening, Commission. I'm going to lead off with just a brief introductory statement with DGO 5.23. There's a lot of people that did a lot of work for quite a bit of time on this DGO. So I want to thank, I won't thank everybody individually because we could be here all night on that, but I will thank the groups, and then I'm going to turn it over to Director Henderson, who also and his team for all the work that they did. So first of all, as I said, I would like to thank all of those who have worked on this policy, the first San Francisco policy on deaf and hard of hearing issues. And all those who worked on it and those that worked so hard and so vigorously to see it through completion. With the dedicated efforts of the Department of Police Accountability Working Group, this policy, we believe, will set standards for an equivalent level of service to be provided to the deaf and hard of hearing population. And I know Director Henderson and his team, including Sam Marion, are going to probably name some of these folks, but I do want to call out a couple of people. First of all, I'd like to thank the DPA and all the work that they've done on this, which was a lot of work. Commissioner Hamasaki, who was part of the working group, thank you. Deaf Hope, the Deaf Counseling Advocacy and Referral Agency, the Deaf Services Center, through the San Francisco Public Library, the San Francisco Hearing and Speech Center, the Mayor's Office of Disability, particularly Nicole Vaughn, the District Attorney's Office, the Domestic Violence Consortium, Safe and Sound, and a whole host of community members. So thank you all for your work, and thank you for pushing us on this issue, the police department. The department is committed to providing the highest level of service to all communities, including individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing. There are legal obligations under federal and state laws to ensure effective communications is established for individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing, and that these individuals are not subjected to unlawful discrimination, nor should they be excluded or segregated or denied assistance. To meet these obligations, this policy implements the necessary procedures to establish effective communication free of charge by providing the resources, tools, and/or equipment to communicate. The next steps for the San Francisco Police Department include establishing and solidifying our training implementation plan for this DGO, both initial and ongoing. Identify and assigning, as you will see in the policy, at least 2 liaison officers for each, members for each district station and other units who have public contact, and securing signing for all district stations. Also, we want to translate the communication cards into the core languages of the population that we serve here in San Francisco, and to continue to develop the mechanism for the annual reporting requirements as outlined in the DGO. So again, thank you all who participated in the creation of this policy. And with that, I will turn it over to Executive Director Henderson from the Department of Police Accountability.
Thank you, Chief. I don't want to talk very long because I want you guys to get the details from my Director of Policy, but I just want to introduce it by saying that this has the potential of being both historic and groundbreaking, not just for the Department of Police Accountability, but for the city as well. I mean, this is a big deal. And when we talk about an inclusionary agenda for public safety, it's legislation like this and decisions like this that make a difference. So I don't want to belabor the point. I only want to introduce my Director of Policy, which is Samra Marion, and thank her for her leadership in collecting this work, as well as the other folks that you're about to hear and you've heard from the chief as well, because I think this legislation and this vote has the potential to be really groundbreaking for this commission, for this agency, DPA, and for the city. So, Samra, I yield my time to my Director of Policy to Samra Marion. Oh my gosh, where is Samra Marion?
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Director Henderson just got real nervous.
I had that great intro and then nothing. Okay.
Hi, Miss Marion.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Thank you, Chief, for introducing this Department General Order and all the acknowledgement to all the individuals that have worked on this. Good evening, Commissioners. There are many individuals who worked on this, some who are watching it through YouTube with the ASL interpreter. The hope tonight was that I would provide some of the nuts and bolts of the Department General Order, and then Orchid Sassouni, she has been part of the working group, and she was going to talk about some of the training aspects. We've had a lot of technical difficulties, and I really appreciate everyone who's helped us today. She currently right now is listed as an attendee, and my hope is that perhaps after my comments, we could bring her in as a participant or have her call through public comment and be able to have her address the commission through an interpreter. So bear with us as we try to work that detail out. So as I said, there's so many people that worked on this, and thank you, Chief, for giving those shout outs. We started, back in 2017, in part because of DPA complaints. We've had, since 2015, we had 7 complaints. 3 of them were sustained complaints. There were concerns that were brought through many of the different working groups we have around services for domestic violence survivors who were deaf, and just general concern about how can we come together, work with the department, and really enhance services. So it's been a great process for the last 2.5 years. And again, shout outs to everyone who came to the table and were so persistent. Sergeant Youngblood, do you mind putting up the PowerPoint? Thank you. And if you could even advance it to the 3rd slide.
Sorry, Sam, we're having a little technical difficulty.
Sure. And, you know, if you're not able to, I'm happy to go without a PowerPoint.
The PowerPoint is short and it was part of the supporting material, so maybe.
Here we go.
Oh, great.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. So if you don't mind, we could advance it past the acknowledgement of the members. And again, just to give you an overview, we looked at Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department's protocols because they had spent so much time putting together their own Department General Order. They are home to Gallaudet University, which is one of the largest communities of deaf and hard of hearing individuals. And they've also done a ton of research and study. So they had worked with that police department. So when we were putting together this Department General Order, we really didn't have to reinvent the wheel. We had the opportunity to look at what kinds of procedures they had that best helped officers have the kinds of tools that they needed. And I know that there were some concerns about, do we really need a Department General Order that's lengthy? And just to clarify, the text of the DGO it's 10 pages long. The first 2.5 are really definitions that are so important that everyone be on the same page as to the different technologies. And then the latter part of this Department General Order, and Sergeant, if you wouldn't mind advancing the PowerPoint. The latter part of the Department General Order sets forth some procedures in different settings, and that's because throughout the country there were lawsuits that were brought on behalf of deaf and hard of hearing individuals where they weren't properly given services, and it might have been when they were stopped on the street, it might have been when they were being interviewed as a victim. Sometimes they were held in custody without having an access to an interpreter. So by setting forth in this Department General Order these different scenarios that also require different communication tools and different procedures, we were able to give officers, again, the guidance so that when they are doing a traffic stop or perhaps conducting a detention or interviewing a victim, that they have clear rules about how to communicate and what are the technological tools that they have. If you wouldn't mind advancing the next screen, Sergeant, thank you. And at the core of this Department General Order is a communication tool, and this was something that was put together by the members of the working group. I'd like to give a great shout out to Inspector Flores, who is a part of our working group, who's done so much work in domestic violence, and himself has a daughter who is deaf, who joined us. And Jessica worked on this terrific communication card and helped teach us a lot of really important things. So with this communication card, which other states also are using, it's a tool that officers, when they approach a driver or a pedestrian or a bicyclist, where there's an indication that that person is deaf or hard of hearing, this is a card that the officer is able to show the individual, and they can begin to communicate about what's the best way to communicate with that individual. So on one side, it's the hello, I am, and it's the opportunity for the deaf or hard of hearing individual to identify the best way to communicate. It might be that they are on the road and they need help, so they're able to also communicate to the officer what they need right then and there. The second side of the communication card is where the officer is able to provide some basic information about what the officer needs, like driver's license, registration, insurance, and also to provide some information about why the officer perhaps has stopped a driver. This is just the beginning, because what we've put forward in this Department General Order and worked with the chief on is to really enhance tools like so that officers on their cell phone, they can access through video conferencing an ASL interpreter. So that's part of the work that we came together on, and to look at what are the technological tools back in 2018 and to see how can we enhance those tools. So not only do we have a department general order, but really better tools to communicate with deaf and hard of hearing individuals. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide. So some of the other aspects of this department general order is that it provides a responsibility to implement this DGO and to do the data collection, the reporting, and the outreach that's really required for this DGO. It provides these responsibilities to the language access liaison individual, which is rooted in a different department general order. But right now, Officer Kaur, who's the language access liaison officer, who's done so much work around spoken language, that position would also now expand to assist in all of the responsibilities for deaf and hard of hearing. So that's one part of this that will be the success of this department general order. Of course, training is a key part of it. Within 4 months, the department needs to roll out training on this department general order, and then there's a requirement for every 2 years to provide training. And the other part of this department general order is, in addition to that communication card, the last aspect of the DGO is some tips on how to communicate through an interpreter. So that's another part of this DGO. So as I was saying, the last part of our presentation was that Orchid was going to speak to some of the training issues and some of the broader issues around deaf and hard of hearing. So I'm hoping that we could bring her in to the second part of our presentation.
Sergeant Youngblood?
She is here.
Okay, great.
Samara, she is present. And
She is present. Okay, so I'm just I'm texting with her to see if we're able to have the interpreter communicate.
Thank you guys in advance just for your patience on all of this stuff. Obviously, it's requiring a little bit more to make sure that we get all of this presentation, but I think it's really important given the subject matter and given the potential impact of this decision.
Stacy, Sergeant Youngblood, can you walk us through, are these technical issues? Is this, are we waiting for an interpreter? What's?
the interpreters are interpreting everything that's going on, that's being said with the meeting, but they can't actually speak to us. They are only able to hear, so they can't talk to us.
What we were trying to do was that Orchid would be able to access a different ASL interpreter. It might, Sergeant Youngblood, would it be possible for her to call in through public comment and then have her be able to use an interpreter that she has through the phone? Yeah, I'm receiving a message that, she does have access to an ASL interpreter, and that's where I think we're running into some unfortunate technical problem, which most certainly we've spent a good part of this afternoon trying to problem solve.
Is she able to call in and do public comment? I'm happy to.
Sure, I'm relaying that. So she has tried to use *3. So I don't know, Sergeant, if you're able to see that.
I'm going to have to close your presentation in order to go look.
Okay, yeah. She said she's waiting to get in, and that she had done *3.
She has done *3.
That's, yeah. She said she's,
I'm going to unmute somebody. There's only one person that has their hand up. So I don't know if this, Like this just says call the user, so I don't know
Chat.
who it is until I unmute.
Yeah,
Can you chat the number, Samara?
excuse me?
Can you put the number in the
Number in the
chat
chat.
so that,
Sure. Yeah, I will do that.
At least the first, maybe just the first 6 digits. So it's because this is a public record.
Sure. Yeah. Oh. I'm having now trouble with my computer. I'll send it to,
Samara, do you have my cell phone number?
no. She's saying her phone is now muted and,
Yeah, I'm gonna unmute this person and see if this is her.
okay,
Okay,
if this isn't
thank
her, we
you.
can always have her call back for public comment on this
Yes,
item.
hi, can you hear me? This is Orchid.
Yes.
Yes,
Judy, can anybody hear me?
Okay,
yes.
yes, great.
Hi, welcome.
Yay.
Yes, thank you for your patience.
Thank
so
you.
there's just a few things that I wanted to do. So first of all, I'll introduce myself. My name is Orchid Tsutsuni. I'm the female representative, but I do have a male interpreter that I'm working with today. The other thing is the letter from Nicole from the Office of Disability. If we could read that, just give me one moment as I pull that up.
Mhm.
It says, hello to all the participants this evening. My name is Nicole Bryan, Department Director of the Office of Disability. Like I mentioned in my June comments for the Mayor's Office of Disability, supporting this DGO group since 2017, and known members of the deaf community, domestic violence advocates, in cooperation with the San Francisco Police Department, have been working with this group since the beginning. And this DGO is with this based work. As I mentioned last month, with the STAR, this is an essential, and we are in the 30th anniversary of the ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act law, and anti-discrimination legislation for people who have disabilities. And our goal is to make sure that all people have an understanding how to live and communicate with the community. I'd like to increase this DGO and how do we implement this for effective communication and other accessibility obligations, because it has been mandatory for the past 30 years. As we know, the next critical step will be training the officers. The Office of Disability is ready to coordinate and collaborate with the police department to work on this training plan and to assist you in whatever way would be helpful and encourage that training plan. That includes any videotaping to show real life examples from a deaf person's perspective, because this training is important that we utilize deaf actors and learn from the experience of deaf people. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me if you have any questions or concern. Thank you for the support with this agenda. This is from Nicole Bryan, the director of the MOD. So that was a letter from Nicole. And then, so this is still Orchid, and really I want to, with the DDO, we want to implement this and make it happen, because there's a variety of people in the community. You have deaf trans community, deaf people with cognitive disabilities, deaf people from other countries, deaf people without any language exposure who don't know English. So there is diversity in the community, but I have seen a lot of frustration with members from members of the community, especially as they go through more victimization than usual, where writing on paper and pen or with paper and pencil isn't enough. And deaf people who work or who live here and deaf people who visit San Francisco, we want to work on this training to help everybody with a better understanding. Because oftentimes the officer would rely on a hearing person, and that leaves a lot to be burdened on the deaf person, which isn't equal. So there's little things like that. And so I'm hoping to have a training set up to show how to best work with the deaf community. So thank you for all of your help to make this happen, and the organizations that have partnered to make this happen again, and to get accurate wording. So ignoring and not using hearing impaired, and what is effective communication, what that looks like with all that feedback. And of course, with the changing technology as well. The technology today is always changing. And the last thing, and hopefully, and really it's developing, a lot of deaf people don't have a lot of exposure to what the police department does. And so because of that, a lot of people in the community are hesitant to be a part of it because of the difficulty with communication. And that ends up being a barrier. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Hamasaki. You're muted.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. I just wanted to give a big thank you to DPA and Sam Ramarian. They brought me into this working group, and I think it was August of 2018, and they had already been working for a year and a half at that time. And it was a really incredible group of people that did a lot of really hard work over the past 3 years to put together a really, I think, again, a leading policy for SFPD that can be a model to other agencies around the nation. I'll say is, I learned through this process kind of how little I knew about the deaf and hard of hearing community and all of the challenges and struggles that they face on a daily basis in ways that we don't even think about. And so, I'm very grateful for them doing all of this hard work to ensure that our department has, the best training, the best policy, and the best capability to be a forward-thinking, proactive department on this. So, I did very little as a commissioner except learn and help guide the process through. But it was a really incredible group of people, and I'm very proud to have been a part of it. I want to thank the chief for, in recent months, taking ownership of this for the department and really helping shuttle things through. He met with us to hammer out the final issues, I think back in 2019, and then really brought it home in the last few months. So this has been a great group collaborative effort, but I really think the credit goes to the deaf and hard of hearing community that met for 3 years to put this together. So thank you for all of your work, and I'm very glad that we're moving forward with this tonight.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to ask for a motion. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Vice President Taylor. This is Chief Scotty. Before we vote, I just would like to say one more thing, and I want to give thanks to the California DOJ too, because frustrated some that I asked for them to take a look at this policy, but their input was really, really important, and I think it added value. And it's you all have the matrix. I think we implemented almost all of their recommendations. So that's a part of the collaborative reform process where we have technical assistance through the California DOJ. And I just want to publicly thank them for their input on this as well. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Elias.
Muted.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank the deaf and hard of hearing community for being patient with us and, sticking with us to get this back on calendar and get this passed and get us to where we are now. I know that when this was last on our agenda, there was a lot of heated discussion about it and a lot of frustration, just because we wanted to get this through and go through the goal line. So I'm glad we're here, and I want to thank again my fellow commissioners and DPA, Inspector Flores, and the department for helping us do this.
Yeah, I will piggyback on that, and I know that we set this deadline, and Chief, I want to commend you. We set this deadline. I set this deadline with no uncertain terms, that we were not going to be waiting any longer, and meeting that deadline, getting us to this important point, I think is really important with no further delay, and I want us all to get used to acting with no unnecessary delay. And so I commend everyone, and it's in particular the folks who were part of the working group and worked hard on this, and members of the deaf and hard of hearing community. So I see no other names in the comments. So is there a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay. Public comment.
Members of the public are now invited for public comment on line item 3 regarding General Order 5.23 for deaf and hard of hearing individuals. If you would like to make a public comment at this time, you can call the number at 408-418-9388, access code 146-869-4234. For members that are already on, just hit *3 to raise your hand if you would like to make a public comment. And at the moment, we have one.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, good evening. Thank you to the commission for your time. My name is Melissa McNair, and I'm a victim advocate working in the district attorney's office. But in addition to that, I'm a longtime advocate for the deaf and hard of hearing community, and I've had the pleasure to work with this group on the DOG. And as you mentioned, everyone has been committed and has worked very hard on working towards this goal. And one of the things I wanted to add is that while working with this community over the years, the one common challenge that people who are deaf and hard of hearing face when addressing or contacting the police for emergency and assistance is that access to communication. And most often, folks would just take matters into their own hands or try to resolve an issue on their own because they felt that they would be disappointed in not being able to access services like you and I would be able to do. So with that being considered, I thank you for your time, and I hope we will have a positive result for all of our work.
Thank you. Are there any other callers?
We have no other callers.
Okay. All right, so on the motion to adopt, do you want to call roll for the vote?
Yes. So on the motion to adopt Department General Order 5.23, interactions with deaf and hard of hearing individuals. Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Yes.
De Jesus, yes. Commissioner Hamasaki?
Yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias?
Yes.
Elias, yes. Commissioner Brookder?
Yes.
Brookder, yes. Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
Taylor, yes. You have 5 yeses.
Okay, the motion passes. Please call the next line item.
Line item 4, reports to the commission continued. DPA Director's Report. Report on recent DPA activities and announcements. DPA's report will be limited to a brief description of DPA activities and announcements. Commission discussion will be limited to determining whether to calendar any of the issues raised for a future commission meeting. DPA Summer Intern Program 2020 presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you. I'll be brief because I know we have another presentation. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, that's the presentation we really want to get to.
Yeah, I know, right? So just briefly by summary of numbers, 467 cases open year to date. This time last year, we were at 374 cases closed. We've closed 489 cases so far this year. That's over 100 more than what we had closed this time last year, which was 305. In terms of cases pending, we still have 409 open cases. We've had 21 cases so far this year sustained versus 39 this time last year. We are in the process of changing our reported details of delayed cases, and part of the comments that we discussed last week in the presentation that we'll be getting providing more specifics about what the delays are and sourcing the delays as a presentation for this commission. In terms of the cases mediated, we are at 22 cases. This time last year, we were at 24. As a side note, as related to the mediation program, our mediation director, Sharon Owsley, and our mediation coordinator, Shante Quesada, both completed their training offered by the SEEDS program and are now qualified mediators. They wanted to participate in the program so that they had a better understanding of what the actual training was for the mediators that are licensed and that are working with the agency. So we're excited about that and what that's going to bring to the mediation program. In terms of the outreach, we've had a couple of programs this past week with the San Francisco Family Support Network, and with we had a request from Raphael House, which is a family shelter, to come and make a presentation about DPA and their services. Tomorrow, I will be presenting with the American Bar Association, coupled with the National Bar Association, with the Lieutenant Governor from Michigan, addressing police reform. You guys have already gone through. I have a lot of stuff to talk about with the audit. I'm just going to summarize it to let you know that the audit is with the Controller's Office now. It's in its final stages. It's these 3 steps that take place. And the final step is going through the Controller's Office, which reviews our supporting evidence before the draft report is sent out. And so basically that process is just providing the reasonable assurances that the audit was conforming to the governmental audit standards. And so we should have that to the commission by September. That's what we're looking at. So it's been a long time coming. And just as a reminder, this is the audit that was mandated by voters, and it was one of the initial priorities that we started on day 1 when I came to DPA. Secondly, another thing that we've been working on recently is analyzing our satisfaction survey responses. The agency has collected information like this for years, and we wanted to analyze it. And so it's a small sample because a lot of people didn't really respond in that process in the past. But what we're doing is we feel like that's the kind of information that can inform our racial equity work and our outreach efforts. So we're creating a new online survey to better capture some of these results and encourage more responses. And you'll see a copy of those results in our website within the next week. So that will be up there. And I think this is one of the issues that we had been talking about with Commissioner Bruchter. So just wanted to give you an update before you ask about it and didn't know what was going on, what was happening with it, because we've had some movement on it recently. And like I said, you'll see it on the website. The other thing that I think is important that people should know about is we've met with the Stanford Computation Policy Lab to discuss future projects. So far, they're looking at SFPD's early intervention reports and the 96A reports, as well as the DPA annual reports. And they are looking to figure out projects for them to do, policy projects that they can do to make a presentation both to DPA and to the commission in the future. I'll keep you updated, but we're really excited about them wanting to lean in and look at some of the work based on they've seen from the past few police reports this year. I mean, the police commissions this year, and working with DPA. So I'll keep you updated on that. As a side note, the annual report is in its final stages as well, and that should be ready for presentation in early August. We were asked last week about the POA lawsuit. We presented some of that information. It'll be available on our website in case other people have questions about it, but we presented that information as well to the commission. In terms of our information and sharing, that will be available as well. What I wanted to talk about and what this was all leading up to was my announcement for the agency that I have some not so wonderful news for us, that our director of policy, Sam Ramarian, is retiring in July. And I know this feels like
Wait, July, like this month?
July this month, July 31st this month. And so that is going to be a huge loss for this agency. There's no one that has the historical knowledge and experience that she has that has guided us through all of the DGO revision process and all of the other policy concerns. It's not any secret that she is my secret weapon in the room that knows everything. And I am not the only one, and this agency is not the only one that relies on her expertise, her guidance, her input, and her breadth of knowledge for anything and everything as it relates to policy. And so, I mean, literally, I've tried everything to try and make her stay and continue just working for the fun of DPA. But, you know, I think she's ready. It is a loss to this agency that will be felt deeply for all of us. I consider her to be a friend, as I'm sure many of you do as well. And she is definitely going to be missed. I'm trying to do everything that I can to make her kind of stay and be connected to all of this. And I know that this is work that she has felt passionately about over the years. And I think it's a really fitting time to make this announcement on the heels of what we've just done and passing something that is so symbolic of her hard work, her commitment, and her passion with the vote that we just had tonight. And so I just wanted to make an announcement and let the police commission know where we are and what's going on. She might still be here if anyone has anything to say, but just wanted to let you know. And she is still here. Okay.
I'm still here.
And if any of you are able to convince her to stay for whatever reason, I offered her my office. I tried to give her anything she wanted. I've got snacks I offered her. I told her she wouldn't have to come to police commission. If any of you think of being clever or creative, I yield the rest of my time to her. So that's what I've got.
Well, this is horrible news.
It
And
is.
I really think that this is a huge blow to your agency. And I don't know how you're going to fill her shoes, because as much as people may be frustrated with her, she is tenacious, she is resilient, and she keeps pushing the line. And she has been doing so for the past several years before other people actually got on board with making reform happen. We're in a new age where we're seeing this now, and she's been doing this, pushing this line for many years.
Decades.
what I would tell you, Paul, is you better do whatever you can to try and make her stay, because I don't know how you're going to recover from this.
Listen, if you can have an offline conversation with her and figure out what I can put on the table, I am happy to do it. There's a blank check waiting just for maybe we can do a Save Samara Marion campaign. And I told her we could do a bake sale. I gave her a new building and a new office. Whatever.
And I hear retirement's not that fun anyways.
Yes, yes.
Not like you can go anywhere, so might as well stick with us.
That's a very good point.
So I am really, see, I had all these things I was going to ask Paul to report on, and now I can't think because this was
Yeah, July is now. I mean, sorry, I'm just a little bit like July, like.
Yeah, exactly.
Commissioner Hamasaki?
Can you order her to stay? That's something we can vote on.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Commissioner Elias said it. This is, you know, this you just kind of took the wind out of me right now. I mean, you know, since I've been on this commission, Samara Marion has been the heart and soul of police reform in San Francisco. And that's been the case for many, many years. And all of these DGOs, policies, trainings, and procedures that we pat ourselves on the back for passing, and for being ahead of our time and for bringing out the latest and greatest and smartest and most well thought out best practices. I won't say every single one arose from Samara Marion, but pretty close to it. And, you know, Director Henderson, I don't know how you fill the shoes of somebody with the institutional knowledge, but also with the drive, the hearts, and the real compassion for the community. You know, my involvement with the last DGO was because of Miss Marion, and you know, she really introduced me to a community I knew nothing about, very little, and you know, it really informs my work as a commissioner. Having somebody with such a deep breadth of knowledge and heart, and you know, I don't know how we recover from this, because this is probably the biggest change that I've dealt with since coming on the commission. But she'll have to change her number, go into witness protection, and leave the country, because I still know how to reach you, Samara, and plan on it. You know, I can't say, there's nothing I can say to thank you for your service. The community is safer, our city is safer, our department is safer, and our community is, they don't know all of the work that you've done in the background to make us a better community, a better city. So from my, you know, the depths of my heart, thank you for your service.
Commissioner De Jesus?
Well, I mean, it sounds like everyone really has said it. I'm shocked that you're leaving, and you are the workhorse for the commission and for the DPA. And yeah, we're going to miss you tremendously. We rely on you quite a bit, and you know, our general orders, some of them are models for the country, and a lot of it has to do with you. And you know, of course, the collaborative effort, and a lot of that you put together too, bring a lot of community together. And I'm just shocked. We're gonna miss you. I don't know what else to say. I wish you the best. But yeah, we might have to track you down and pick your brain. But you know, I wish you the best, and I'm sad to hear that news. So thank you for everything you've done for us.
Yeah, I want to echo that. I mean, I guess I was just thinking that this is your last commission meeting.
That's why I had to announce it. And just so you know, I have known for not a long time, but a little bit of time. And I didn't tell anybody because I thought, well, let's give it time and you might change your mind. I literally have let it try to fester and try to bring some coffee and treats and just to see if like, well, you know, we all have difficult days at DPA. We have difficult commissions. We have difficult periods. It's just, you know, we're not going to meet again until it could already happen. And I think that's a bad surprise for everybody of like, and I know you all would be yelling at me like, what did you do? She's just gone. So look at, see, Ted's nodding. I'm just,
That call is coming, Paul.
yeah, exactly.
Can I get, I mean, I'm trying to process this. So I wish I had known this was going to be your last commission meeting. We would have a little bit more something, so fanfare, right?
I'm pretty sure she'll come back. I'm pretty sure she will.
Well, so, I mean, I just want to say, like, when I heard so much about you, so many wonderful things about you before joining this commission, and I was really excited to work with you and to meet with you. You're legendary, and someone said that you're a hard worker. I mean, you're relentless and dogged, and you're so knowledgeable, and your input is invaluable. So I really want to thank you for your service, and this is kind of a lackluster way to go out. We would have had confetti or something, but I just, I just yeah, I mean, yeah, I just want to thank you. I don't know, we're all kind of flustering over our words. Commissioner Elias.
I have a great idea. Chief, you can hire her and she'll really get the reforms moving, and it won't even be an issue. It won't be 4 years later. You'll get it done because you'll have her in-house. Sometimes you got to bring them in-house to get it done. So.
So can I?
Brooks, oh, sorry.
Come in? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Chief, you can speak.
Wait, I'm trying to, you guys, people have been waiting in the chat. I'm sorry, Chief. I'm gonna let Commissioner Brooks to go first because he's been waiting, and then we're gonna go to you.
No worries, Chief, and I'll be brief. I think, Ms. Marion, we didn't get an opportunity to work closely together during my time on the commission, but any room that I was in, your name would ring bells. And I want to say one thing that maybe my fellow commissioners have not said to you is enjoy yourself, right? Enjoy yourself. Thank you for your tireless service to the public. And I think we should, as a commission, draft up some sort of a thank you. I don't know exactly what it is, but we should provide Ms. Marion with something that says thank you for your service to the city and county of San Francisco holistically. And I just want to say thank you. And from me, I want to say, please enjoy yourself. And do change your number so that John is not, Commissioner Hassan is not tracking you down, okay? But thank you so much for everything that you've done and everything that you do.
Chief, I'm sorry. Now you can speak.
Well, no, I just also wanted to say thank you to Samara. Samara, you made us better. And your legacy will live through the policies that you were instrumental in, the many policies that you were instrumental in, but also in making us better. You really caused us to look inwardly, and some of the systems that we now have in place that I think will make our work easier, quicker, faster, more efficient, are because of you and because of you pushing us. So I have a sneaking feeling that we hadn't seen the last of Miss Marion, but
yeah, I'm kind of skeptical too.
Yeah, no, but I do want to publicly thank you for everything that you've done. You've made us better, and I know sometimes those discussions are hard fought and not always, sometimes they're pretty intense discussions, but we appreciate you. I appreciate you, and thank you for all you have done for this police department and this city.
Oh, thank you, Chief. I'm seeing in the chat that there's an important caller on the line. Sergeant, is that right?
Yes, we have Inspector Flores who would like to make a comment really quick.
Oh,
I'm gonna
great,
put him on speakerphone.
Please do.
Inspector Flores here, and I tried to call in earlier, and I wanted to say thank you. Thank you to all of you. And this was shocking news to me, knowing that Cameron is going to be leaving. We have several other projects, so I don't know where she's going, because I know for a fact that I'm still working on these projects, which is supposed to be part of those projects. But again, I want to thank you on behalf of deaf and hard of hearing community, but also my daughter. God bless all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Inspector, so much.
Maybe she'll stay until the projects are finished. Or at least until DOJ is done, and then just saying, be helpful.
Well, Paul, you have 3
Samara,
minutes.
do you want to say something? I mean, I'm sorry that I'm turning this into like an impromptu goodbye party, but Samara, do you want to say something since you just sprung this on everybody, or Paul just sprung this on everybody?
I had to fight in order to get permission just to say it.
Well, you're on mute. You're on mute. You're on mute. Okay, you're back. Wait.
Yes. Now we can hear.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Well,
she's gonna stay.
Yeah, no, it's, thank you so much. It's been such an honor and a privilege. It's hard for me to comprehend. It's actually been 20 years that I've worked at OCC and DPA. And it's, thank you so much for all the generous, kind things that you've all said. And it's certainly incredibly bittersweet to say goodbye. And, sometimes it's just time to make a change. But thank you. And for me to finish that we finished the deaf and hard of hearing and that you voted for it, there's no better send off for me, quite frankly. So I've learned so much from everyone, and it's just been a pleasure and a privilege to work with everyone. So thank you so much.
Are you really going to retire? I mean, what are you going to do? I'm sorry. This is taking over this whole meeting, but
yeah.
Okay.
She's not retiring. The chief's gonna hire her in-house.
Wait, Samara, you're on mute again. Sorry. Go ahead.
This is one thing is I have a 16-year-old child who's in Canada who I haven't seen now it'll be 6 months in August. So most certainly I need to go to the border and self-quarantine and see my child. That's the first on the list. And, the future, there's a lot in the future. So, what's happened, all the work that I've done with you all has just been really phenomenal and terrific. And, I'm most certainly committed to police reform. And so, I hope there'll be opportunities in the future that I'll get to continue this work. I live in San Francisco, so it's a closure right now, but I think there's so many opportunities in the future. So thank you.
I'm going to ask for you to come back at some. I'm sure there's so many people who would want to send you off right and say things about you if they knew what the hell was happening. So
that's okay, Samara, because the police department has great vacation from what I hear. So you can take as much vacation as you want once the chief brings you in for these reforms.
Commissioner Elias, can we focus? No, I do want to set some opportunity to the people, who have worked with you all these years and know you have an opportunity to speak. And so we'll work that out for the future. But I think that's the least. Okay. All right. I forgot what we were talking about. Paul, take it away.
All right. So maybe let's follow up on the conversation about the future, because I think that would be meaningful. And I don't, this is amazing, and I love all the things that people had to say, but for 2 decades worth of work and 2 decades worth of commitments, I mean, the accolades go on and on about the milestones that have been accomplished through her work. I think it would only be fitting for us to schedule something, if for no other reason, to acknowledge the body of work that's been created through this singular person behind this agency and with this agency.
I agree. I have no power over you, Samara, but I'm gonna direct you to at least work out your schedule after Canada so that we can have something.
Or she could be ordered to view and participate in police commission from Canada while she's there during.
You have no power over her anymore. That's the problem. So, but I'm gonna order it anyway.
All right, that was the conclusion of my report.
Yes. So
sorry
we
to
move on. We'll have a real thing.
Yeah.
Director Henderson.
That was the end of my report. Sorry to spring that on you at the end. I just had to. Oh, wait.
The next thing is the intern program, right? So is that it's still the same line item?
Oh, I thought it was it was a different line item. I didn't realize that was part of my report. Yes, sorry about that.
One quick question I had, I apologize, I remembered what I was going to ask you, Director Henderson, is I know that you said that you had been meeting with Stanford to talk about the 96A and the EIS report.
Yes.
But perhaps are you going to be able to use Stanford to help you create the audits that you have, you know, that you've been you are required to do and going to be presenting in the future to the commission? Because I think that also should be something we should be looking at helping you with, since it's you know, you haven't done it before, and perhaps they would be able to give some guidance on that.
100%. And like I said, it's about to come out so we can publish it. But that's part of the reasons why we weren't waiting, and we are reaching out even before the audit comes out to partner with outside agencies to look at us and elevate some of the best practices in other areas as it relates to auditing. And that's why I wanted to talk about it publicly, just to give you an indication of the things that they wanted to look at and to hear back from them and to share that with the commission about what the future could hold. I mean, obviously they are interested in this work, and that's why, you know, we wanted to meet with them, and I'll keep you updated. But the very forefront of that is the evolving work that's coming out of the audit stuff, because that's their wheelhouse. That's what they want to do. I just know that it also touches on some of the work that the police department has done, and as it overlaps with some of the things that DPA works on, that's what they want to review. So we give them what they want to see from us, but that is the intent.
Okay.
That's the intent.
All right. So the next item on your agenda.
Thank you. On my the next
Sorry,
item on my
Director Henderson.
agenda. Sorry, I thought it was another item, so I was waiting. I thought it was next, and that we called it. Is our intern program, and I will say, just as an introduction to it, because we put a lot of work into it. Those of you familiar with me know that I deeply care about the intern programs, and they've been important to me in every position that I've had. It was more difficult this year and all years because so many of the programs have been canceled throughout the city, and not just here, throughout the country, because of COVID. So I thought it was really important not to disappoint the young people that were relying on having these experiences to have paid opportunities. And we worked through the Opportunity for All program to make sure that we had a diverse pool and a paid pool of folks that were coming here to get experience. And I'm really actually very proud of this program and the work that got into it. And you know, I put Tanetta Thompson in charge of it, who many of you know and have worked with over the years as well. So without further ado, I will introduce my hiring coordinator and my intern director and lawyer, Tanetta Thompson. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Vice President Taylor, Police Commissioners, Chief Scott, Director Henderson, Sergeant Youngblood, members of the community watching and listening right now. My name is Tanetta Thompson. I serve as the director of our intern, law clerk, and fellowship program here at the Department of Police Accountability. Under the vision of Director Henderson, who has created and implemented successful summer programs at the San Francisco District Attorney's Office and the Mayor's Office. And I'm proud to say I'm a member of that inaugural program at the DA's office in 2004 under Paul Henderson, along with Susie Loftus. Our select group of interns, ranging in ages from high school to law school, are receiving the opportunity to observe and experience the government, law, private and public policy sectors in a professional setting. The DPA's summer intern program is designed to enhance, cultivate, and foster professional development in a city agency setting, providing the tools for self-sufficiency and work competency. The internship also provides ample opportunity for networking with multiple, now through virtual field visits, to hear other prominent professionals in San Francisco speak about their path to success in their chosen fields. Our weekly speaker series allows the interns to hear about successes and failures and all the learning experiences in between in a relaxed environment where they are free to ask questions and receive honest advice. Some of the guest speakers include policymakers, city supervisors, honorable judges, private practice attorneys, and district attorneys. This allows the interns to observe and learn about the nonprofit, private, and public sectors in one fun summer and now virtual experience. The next slide, please. Of course, in light of the pandemic and shelter-in-place orders, we have had to revamp and conform our program, all while striving to make sure our are not missing out on the valuable internship experience. We are 90% virtual with the interns coming in, social distancing, of course, wearing masks and taking the proper precautions 1 day a week for a few hours. It is important that we still provide the experience without losing the interaction and the on-the-job learning that makes the internship a true internship experience. Almost all of the programming is virtual and accessible through various video conferencing platforms. We have had the opportunity to recruit from the various local law schools through their public interest law job fairs from Hastings, USF, and Santa Clara University Law Schools, as well as job postings through all the Bay Area law schools and universities. Schools represented in our program this year include USF Law, Hastings, Golden Gate University School of Law, UC Berkeley, and Sacred Heart Cathedral Preparatory Academy, a high school. We are honored and privileged to be funded by Mayor Breed's Opportunities for All program, which provides stipends to our interns and a pathway to economic conclusion for our youth. This program would not be successful as it is without the support of Director Davis and the Human Rights Commission, as well as JCYC, who provide support and materials for our program, including the copies of Biased that our intern class was tasked to read, discuss, and present to the commission. Next slide, please. This year's speakers, we were so honored and privileged, and we're still ongoing with the program. It does not end until the first week of August, to have Chairwoman Malia Cohen from the State Board of Equalization. From Young Adult Court, the Honorable Bruce Chan of the San Francisco Superior Court. Ronnie Singh, Managing Attorney of Alternative Courts for the DA Office. Andrea Lindsay, Deputy Public Defender who staffs the Young Adult Court for the Public Defender's Office. Director Tiffany Sutton from the San Francisco Department Community Engagement and Crime Strategies Division. Commander Steve Ford, the department's Administration Bureau Commander. Supervisor Shaman Walton from District 10. Just today, we had Tracy Lee, Senior Public Policy Manager of LIFT speak. We will also be having Commissioner Brookter speak to our interns as well as Rebecca Prozan, Senior Manager of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google, Chief Catherine Miller of San Francisco Juvenile Probation, and Chief Karen Fletcher of San Francisco Adult Probation, as well as the Long Beach Oversight Agency. Their representative will speak to us as well. And next slide, please. And if we can just play that. And here is how it looks when we're doing our virtual reality Zoom conferences, as you wish, or Teams speaker series. We do check-ins once a week, and that's what you see in the upper left-hand corner. This is all of us just checking in, seeing how we're doing, touching base. The one to the right of that is when we had the department speak with Director Davis, Director Sutton, and Commander Ford. The lower one is when we had Young Adult Court speak, and the lower two are when we present to our interns. And this is how it looks when we do our speaker series. They're in a large room, properly socially distanced with their masks on, and they're watching on a big monitor and engaging, and they're able to ask questions and do a Q&A. Next slide, please. And here are our interns. Next slide. You can play.
Are these professional photos?
Yes, we had the opportunity to have professional headshots taken of our interns. If you could play the slide.
That's the flag I stole.
Is it have the audio on it?
Yeah, I'm hearing it. Are you not hearing it?
No.
No.
You hear it now?
Yes, but it's low.
You can just hear there's something in the background, but you can't hear anything. What you're saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tanette. I can't. It's about as loud as I can get it.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can switch and be the host. Maybe I can pull it.
Sure.
Now, if we had passed deaf and hard of hearing beforehand, we'd have this audio all taken care of.
My name is Nemi Wan, and I am a senior at Sacred Heart Cathedral Preparatory. My name is Angelica Lee, and I am a senior at UC Berkeley.
My name is Nick Brass, and I'm a junior at Notre Dame.
My name is Veronica Gray. I am a 2L at UC Hastings College of the Law.
Athena Edwards, 2L at USF Law.
Hazel Jackson, 3L at Golden Gate University School of Law.
Oliver Smith, 2L at USF Law. This summer, we read Bias by Jennifer Eberhardt. Eberhardt is a Stanford professor, well known for her groundbreaking studies concerning bias and racism. The book explores the scientific theories behind implicit and explicit racial bias that shape daily encounters and interactions. More specifically, Eberhardt explores the ways in which we can recognize biases both within ourselves and within institutions that shape how we interact with one another. Some of the more interesting studies contained in the book are Eberhardt's Stanford studies on Black crime association and her outside research on Nextdoor and Airbnb. Throughout the summer, we engaged in table talks where we discussed major themes in the book and how they apply to our work at the DPA.
Implicit bias is not done intentionally, but people can hold biases based on all sorts of characteristics such as age, weight, height, ability, gender, culture, language, and race. Bias can lead to racial disparities in everything from preschool suspensions to corporate leadership. These disparities, in turn, further reinforce our biases. One of the strongest stereotypes in American society associates Blacks with criminality. The author gave an example of how this bias personally affected her son. As innocent and sweet as he was at the tender age of 5, upon seeing a Black man with dreadlocks board the plane, he first compared his appearance to his father's, who's also Black but bald. Then said, "I hope he doesn't rob the plane. You know Daddy wouldn't rob the plane." Dr. Eberhardt explained, "We all have ideas about race, even the most open-minded among us. Those ideas have the power to bias our perception, our attention, our memory, and our actions."
One of the most striking experiments Dr. Eberhardt features in Biased is her unarmed but dangerous laboratory study. In this study, she used a subliminal priming procedure to expose participants to either a series of Black male faces, a series of white male faces, or no faces at all. Next, she asked them to participate in an object recognition task, where she exposed them to a series of objects on a grainy computer screen. Over time, these frames became increasingly clearer, and the participants needed to press a button as soon as they could identify the object. Dr. Eberhardt's research team found that participants who had been primed to Black faces needed fewer frames to detect crime objects, such as guns or knives, on the computer screen in comparison to other participant groups. This study shows how deeply ingrained the Black crime association is in American society. Another study that Dr. Eberhardt featured in her book was a study for male Blacks. She went to the Oakland Public Library to listen to people's complaints about their fear for the police and how they were being treated terribly. And the graph that I entered below in the slides showed that the treatment between people who were white and people who were Black are extremely different. In the book, Dr. Eberhardt explains that it is a variety of things that lead up to the treatment that Black people of color face. One thing in particular is the police over the intercom of the radio describe their suspect as male white, male Asian, female Hispanic, and etc. However, in neighborhoods like Oakland, the police get a lot more calls about male Blacks. Naturally, the police automatically resort to think of the worst case scenario. However, they already made up their mind about how dangerous this male Black suspect is. This police officer that talked with Dr. Eberhardt at one of the police training sessions explained that when he came to the U.S. from Germany, he had no bias against anyone for anything, but when he was working as a police officer in Oakland, he naturally formed a bias against male Black suspects unconsciously because of the cases and what everyone automatically assumed about them. When male Blacks are dealing with the police, it is normal to get defensive for anyone, but the police are fearful of what these Black male suspects are capable of, and therefore the fear comes from both sides.
Nextdoor is a popular app that allows users to get in touch with people in their neighborhood. The platform was created to recommend good plumbers or to warn about a suspicious person. Most of the suspicious person posts were the result of racial profiling. Nextdoor was tasked with eliminating racist suspicious person posts while allowing legitimate posts to get published. Nextdoor added a couple questions prior to publishing the post. This process was successful in lowering racist suspicious person posts by 75%. When we stop to think about our thoughts, we can really analyze what we're thinking and feeling. Taking an extra 30 seconds to assess our fear is more productive than acting immediately.
Airbnb, a popular accommodation platform with millions of users spread out across 80 countries, received a wave of complaints from minorities speaking out about their experiences with racial discrimination in the booking process. The company, recognizing the seriousness of these complaints, took action in addressing these issues through the implementation of the 3 policies you see on these slides, believing that the legally mandated ones did not go far enough. It should be noted that while these policies have made some impact in addressing the discrimination minorities face on Airbnb's platform and the unconscious bias that also exists, Airbnb acknowledges that more work has to be done to combat this issue and to reinstill trust and confidence in the platform for minority users. Airbnb is a perfect example of how going above and beyond in policy is a step in the right direction in addressing issues of bias and reinstilling trust in affected communities.
What Biased offered our team was more than insight into today's problems of race. It actually illustrated the foundation of those conflicts and why our behavior is so flawed at the most basic of human levels. We learned to look inward, to investigate our own hypocrisies, and to challenge our understanding of the most simple elements of cultural inequality. From this, we can begin to understand the causation behind the systematic problem. Dr. Eberhardt's work serves as an essential perspective on this monumental issue so that we, as members of the DPA, may proceed to amend the flaws of an institutional policing force and alter the national trends of past inequality and incivility.
I appreciated gaining valuable experience working with career prosecutors and attorneys.
My favorite intern moment was researching policy for best law enforcement practices, specifically researching best use of force policy.
I enjoyed reading through dozens of jurisdiction audit reports to find potential projects for the city of San Francisco.
My favorite moment was conducting policy research related to the transparency of police departments that I was not aware of until now.
My favorite intern moment was learning more about the work and effort that goes into making our community a better place for the future generations.
My favorite moment has been researching and finding trends in police reform proposals and implementations.
I enjoyed conducting research on police reform legislation with the DPA's Chief of Staff.
And I would just like to say I'm extremely proud of this class. They worked so hard through all of the circumstances that they have faced, unprecedented circumstances that they have faced during this time, especially, what's going on with everything going on in this country, as well as locally. I would personally like to thank and acknowledge our very own DPA staff who supported and helped get the program up and running, including our very own Director Henderson, Chief of Staff Sarah Hawkins, Director of Policy Sam Ramarian, COO Sharon Wu, Our outreach team, Vilma Gamero, our project manager, Kaneem Thornton, our public service aide, investigator Helen Calderon, and of course, our IT team, Nicole Armstrong and Eric Ho, for making sure we can give the interns that full experience virtually, as well as Jermaine Jones. Without all of us coming together and getting this program off and running, we would not be able to give the interns this experience virtually. And I want to thank each and every person at DPA who has presented, who has given the projects. Our legal team has been really great. Our investigators have been really great. Mediation, we have all come together to make sure that they had the most memorable and valuable learning experience. So thank you. That is our summer intern class presentation.
Thank you so much, Tanetta. I really appreciate that. Thank you guys all so much for your patience to the internship program. It really is a big deal. And so many of the schools and so many of the students were really concerned when they weren't sure if this commission was going to continue meeting throughout the summer when we first experienced COVID. And we're also really concerned about whether or not this program would exist. But I really wanted to commit to it. So I thank you all for listening to hear about some of the work that we're doing. And obviously this presentation focused a lot on the things that the students are taking away from the bias book. And obviously that's because we are leaning into the bias work and expanding that. And so we wanted to make sure that that was understood by the students so they could help us in the direction that we're taking the agency. So I'd like to just thank publicly Tanetta Thompson, because it's really a lot of work. It's not just a matter of executing a program like this. There are hundreds of phone calls and emails. Those of you that have worked with young people know and understand how much work it is to create a program like this, especially one of the high quality that we're striving for, and one that's paid as well. I just want to articulate that having programs that are paid are particularly important with diversity and for our students of color, so that they have opportunities that they can participate in a meaningful way. So that's it. That's all I've got from DPA. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Thompson. It looks like you've put together a really impactful and meaningful program. Okay, Commissioner Bruchter.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'll be brief. I just want to commend Paul and DPA and Tanetta, during such uncertain times when it's so easy to say, we're not going to have programs for young people because we're trying to figure out how we're all going to work virtually. I applaud you all as an organization who's working with 500 young people right now. You guys are able to pivot and shift and allow these young people an experience that we're all currently experiencing. And that's what internships are all about. And I think, Paul, you kind of hit the nail on the head as well, too, to really understand that some of these young people, this may be another source of income for their families, right, while they're not in school. So the fact that you all were able to pivot and shift to provide this online platform, big kudos. I look forward to the conversation on the 22nd and having a dialogue with those young people, because they are our future. And I just wanted to just echo that.
Thank you.
And Paul, we expect this level of professional PowerPointism when you report to us on things like the bias training your employees get, the discipline cases that you have, the audit that you're going to prepare for us. So please keep that in mind.
I will have them present, Cindy.
Interns, I mean, they went above and beyond. I cannot thank them enough. Thank you, my interns. They're watching right now. So I'm so excited and I'm so proud of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next line item.
Continuing on line item 4, commission reports. Commission reports will be limited to a brief description of activities and announcements. Commission discussion will be limited to determining whether to calendar any of the issues raised for a future commission meeting. Commission president's report, commissioners' reports. Commissioner announcements and scheduling of items identified for consideration at future commission meetings.
Are there any reports from my fellow commissioners? I see no hands. Next line item. Oh, Commissioner Elias.
Sorry. Yes. I wanted to let my fellow commissioners know that last week I had asked DPA to provide more context for the discipline cases that are brought before the commission and to the chief, and what they're working on. And in doing that, I thought that it was also appropriate to ask the department for that same information. And I have reached out to the chief to ask that the discipline numbers be provided so that there's more transparency with how the internal investigations unit is how many cases they're investigating and how many cases are brought up for discipline with the chief or with the commission, so that, again, there's greater transparency. And so I'm happy to report that I am working with the chief on that request, and hopefully it will be available to the public soon.
Thank you. Okay, next line item.
Next is public comment on line item 4. Members of the public who would like to make a comment on line item 4, you can dial 408-418-9388, access code 146-869-4234, hit pound and pound again. For those who have already connected, they can hit *3 to raise your hand. All right, so far we have 1.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Beverly Upton from the San Francisco Domestic Violence Consortium. I want to thank you for your unanimous vote on the deaf and hard of hearing DGO today. I also want to appreciate Paul Henderson and the group of wonderful interns. We've worked with them before, and they're just an outstanding group every year. And I joined the commission in saying how extraordinary it is to do this during COVID. It could have been a reason not to, and he made it a reason to do it. So we want to thank you. But my comments really, and I'll try to be brief, are really about our colleague, dear Samara Marion. I have to say, you know, the Domestic Violence Consortium and those working in the trenches every day are really so often the invisible advocates for the invisible. And Samara really helped us make our work visible. And so we just want to thank her for that. Of course, we could never express our gratitude just tonight. Of course, we're hoping for something bigger, but I just want to thank Samara and, you know, the DG. She does work you all don't even know about, really. I mean, you know, I meet with the language access work group. We've been together 7 or 8 years. That's once a month, with Samara doing all the heavy lifting, organizing everybody, making the agenda, getting us all to mission station, working with the police department and all the community groups. It's just been amazing. And then when the deaf and hard of hearing issues started arising, we helped spin that off, and she helped us form another work group with the Mayor's Office on Disability and all the DGO work groups, the current DV DGO. I am doubly committed now that we have to get this through concurrence and get it passed, because this is another core piece of Samara's work. And it's just been an honor and a pleasure to work with her on an almost daily basis, and just, you know, wishing you all the best, dear Samara, and we'll just keep you in our hearts as you start your next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers?
We have one that says they're asking a question.
Okay. Well, this is public comment, but if you have I guess we can put that person through, and this is about line item 4.
Yes. Good evening, caller. Do you have a question regarding line item, or do you have a comment regarding line item 4? Good evening, caller. Are you there? All right, Commissioner, that's all of the public comment.
Okay. Next line item, please.
Line item 5, discussion and possible action to adopt draft resolution expressing support for Black Lives and direct the chief to install Black Lives Matter posters, signs within every police station. Discussion and possible action.
And you guys, my fellow commissioners, may remember that Commissioner Brookter brought this idea to the commission, and I asked him if I could humbly work with him on this resolution because I believe in it as well. And so, Commissioner Bruchter, this is your baby. I'm gonna kick it over to you.
No, absolutely, and I definitely want to make sure that I echo this is coming from community. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to all of my fellow commissioners. We've had phone calls, we've had emails in terms of updates to this resolution. Thank you to Commission Liaison Philip Lojas in terms of helping us draft. I also want to say thank you to members within community, make San Francisco, the San Francisco Black-led Organization Coalition, countless stakeholders within communities. Also, it's wholeheartedly supported by the Officers for Justice as well, too. And I'm going to ask that a young boy actually pull up the resolution. I can read it to my fellow commissioners, but also to the members of the public. And I really want to start off by saying I want to be clear that this resolution is merely a small gesture to show that this commission stands in solidarity for the support of lives. There are resolutions that have been drafted by the San Francisco Planning Commission. There's also a resolution that's been drafted by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors that actually reads declare war on racism. And thank you, Commissioner Hamasaki, for sharing that with me. So there are resolutions that are out there. So I wanted to be clear about that. And I also wanted to make sure there was a few changes in terms of conversations that we make real time, if my commissioners will allow us to while we go through this exercise. But this resolution is expressing support for Black lives. Whereas countless harm, I want to strike African American, and that should read Black, Stacy. Black men and women by police officers and armed civilians, and the innumerable acts of racism and bias by proxy endured by strike African Americans in Glenn, and that should read by Blacks, throughout the country highlights the urgent need to reaffirm the value of Black
How about
lives.
Black people? I'm sorry.
Okay. So whereas the San Francisco Police Department is committed to bias-free policing as expressed in Department General Order 5.17 through its plan to institute anti-bias testing as part of new officer entrance exams, as well as other ongoing measures. Whereas the San Francisco Police Department has been on the forefront of implementing many critical reforms related to police accountability, bias-free policing, and community policing. Whereas the San Francisco Police Department continues to revise and improve its use of force policies. Whereas there's more to be done in order for the San Francisco Police Department to make bias-free policing a reality. Whereas community policing demands that officers serve all communities with safety, respect, and empathy. Now, therefore it be resolved, the San Francisco Police Department shall in each of its districts, stations, and within 30 days of passage of this resolution, display a poster or sign of at least 32 by 24 inches that prominently and exclusively features the expression Black Lives Matter. And further resolved that the poster or sign shall be prominently displayed, placed in a location that is visible by general public visiting the station, and at all, that should say times, not time, times the sign must be unobstructed from a distance of at least 5 feet. And further resolved that the San Francisco Police Department has immediate obligation to maintain and replace any sign that is altered, including disfigurement, impairment, or flooding from its original condition. And further resolved that the San Francisco Police Department should view the display of these posters as the first step in a larger dialogue with other city agency and community stakeholders on how to further support Black lives in San Francisco. And resolves the Commission Secretary is directed to advise the department consent with this resolution. And so with that, I'm asking for support from my fellow commissioners on this resolution and for those posters to be placed in each of our police stations.
Thank you. That last Black should be capitalized, but with that, you have a motion from me. Commissioner Hamasaki.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for, sorry. Oh, I am unmuted. I was so used to being muted. Thank you for bringing this to us, Commissioner Bruchter, and raising this issue. I had a couple of points that I thought might be helpful. The one, and I'm not sure if you touched on this, but the first line reads unarmed Black individuals. I would suggest amending it to strike unarmed. I think that we've had, a lot of incidents where people that are armed in various ways have actually been killed by police when they shouldn't. I think the most prominent local example is Mario Woods. Of course, there's Alejandro Castillo, and another list of them. I had somewhere. I meant to send it over. So I would suggest striking unarmed. And, I didn't realize it actually said sign in there. I thought it was just poster. To me, I like the idea of the more permanence of a sign, or if it's actually painted on the wall. Like, I think what we've seen around the country is a lot of painting of Black Lives Matters in prominent places. So I would suggest adding a requirement that it be painted on the wall to address. There was some current concerns about this resolution that were raised today, that some members of the department were unhappy with this resolution. I don't think that was very well founded, but it does raise concerns about whether or not, if we just have a paper sign, that it may be damaged. So I would suggest that, but I would also defer to Commissioner Brooker, who put the time and effort into this resolution.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I can respond, and thank you for that, Commissioner Hamadani. And I really feel if that's what we're thinking about doing, it could be in addition to. This strictly came from Black community and members in the community that wanted a specific size poster or sign. I think that's probably semantics, but wanted it to be prominently displayed inside of the stations. So we would really hope that there would be no damage to these posters with them being inside of the stations, which are public venues, as well too. But I absolutely hear you.
And it actually requires that it can't be obstructed, it can't be covered over, and if it's damaged, it needs to be replaced. Commissioner Elias?
Thank you. I think that this resolution is definitely a step in the right direction. And I think that more importantly, what we should be doing is making a commitment to each other, as commissioners, and to the public, that we start creating policies that actually save Black lives and people of color. That we actually start passing policies and reviewing policies and department rules and procedures and general orders with that in mind. And that we start affirmatively taking steps, be more conscious of how the decisions we make on the commission in terms of writing policy for the department, or offering our suggestions, they do affect Black lives and all people of color. So again, I think this is a step in the right direction, but we definitely need to step up and do more, and now's the time to do it. I'm asking or calling on my fellow commissioners to do just that. I also was made aware of a letter received from the POA's attorneys regarding Commissioner Brooker's resolution. And I'm hoping that it was posted on our website so that the public can see the letter that I would say, objects to this resolution, and has a few inaccuracies with or areas that I would love clarification on. And also, I believe the public would as well, specifically the extensive resources and efforts that the POA has taken to examine, uncover, and address evidence of systematic injustice. I think that, my fellow commissioners and I would love to know what those specific examples are. And I think what would be even more enlightening is the efforts to implement reforms announced by the mayor and the Department of Justice that the POA is putting into action. Because in looking at their combined proposals in the reform era, some of them actually coincide with the DB 5.01 that's about to come up for vote as well. For me, their reform efforts tell they want to accurately report use of force so that they can then track it. And so I welcome that reform from them. And I really hope that they are truly committed to reform and help us push these reform measures along rather than sort of stalling these measures in the meet and confer process. So again, I'm glad that the letter's posted on our website so that people can view it and we can share their desire to really get the reform moving.
Thank you. And I want to say a couple of things. One, I agree with you on the commitment. I can't speak for everyone, but I think that commitment has been made by every single person on this commission. I mean, that's what the bias DGO was about. That's what use of force bulletins are about. If we haven't made it clear enough as a commission that we care about Black lives, make no mistake, we care very much about Black lives. And on the POA letter, it's really interesting to me to get a letter from the POA about a Black Lives Matter poster. And it's really interesting to me that anybody would care or have an opinion that was so strong about a poster that says Black Lives Matter that they would send a letter on the day it was on for a vote. I don't understand. I don't get why. The letter talked about this being political speech, which is absolute horseshit, if you excuse my French. It is no more political speech than the Pride Patch that we all celebrate. To me, it's really concerning if you have such a visceral reaction to a poster that says Black Lives Matter. I want you to search your heart. I want you to search your heart. I want you to ask yourself, for example, why so many Black police officers, and only 9% of police officers' death is for a Black, have left the POA. This might be part of the reason why. Because Black Lives Matter is a statement about all Black lives. And so if you're not supporting that, you're not even supporting your own officers. And so I don't get it. I would hope and believe that they are not speaking for the entire department. I don't believe that they are. And I hope that letter was just a blip, and whoever thought it was a good idea to write it will have a moment of reflection with themselves and really ask themselves why they care so much about a poster. Commissioner Hamasaki.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor, and thank you for that strong statement. I think that's, I passed without raising it that way, but I think both you and Elias kind of brought it home, right? This people, when this was originally raised, people as it for being a symbolic gesture, but symbols matter. And that's why, I think the comparison to the Pride Patch, we could have a Black Lives Matter patch. I mean, it really, we got this letter that they had received a number of calls from members to express concerns. I'll leave it in what my previous fellow commissioners said. It's sad that I'll tell you, somebody asked me, or a reporter asked me earlier in the week if we were going to get any pushback from the POA for this. And I said, no, they've been making lots of nice statements lately. But as Commissioner Elias stated, you know, what it comes down to is action. And this is the action they took, right? And I'll leave it there. I mean, I'm grateful to everybody for putting this together. But you know, this letter is just another reminder that you know, the leadership of the POA just simply does not get it. And I hope that can change somehow, but we shouldn't have this. I didn't want to make too much of it because this moment shouldn't be distracted by the POA. And thank you, Commissioner Brookter and Commissioner Taylor for putting this together and everybody for their words.
Thank you, Commissioner Brookter.
No, absolutely, and thank you for. Do you want to chime in, Chief?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Brookter. Commissioner Taylor, may I chime in?
Yes, please.
I just want to say for the record that the department is fully committed to this resolution. I know Commissioner Brookter and I discussed this and we talked in the insight of really the community, the African-American community in San Francisco that is asking for this expression to be placed in the police station. And I also want to say this too, just on background. I know many people know this, but I'll say it because I think it's important. You know, this movement and Black Lives Matter has been around for many years since. You know, the energy that we're seeing now for police reform, as we all know, stem from the unnecessary killing of a Black man at the hands of police officers. You know, there have been upwards of, depending on which data firm that you look at, 15 to 26 million people that have gotten behind this movement, this expression of Black Lives Matter, the biggest in this nation's history, by far. As I've said before, people are talking to us and we have to listen. Our reform work is focused on this very issue, as Commissioner Elias pointed out, you know, reducing disparities, reducing the taking of lives of people of color. So yeah, we're listening. Yes, we will support. Yes, we are fully committed to implementing this resolution. And as the person who is charged with speaking on behalf of the department, and I can speak for the command staff and members of this department, Black lives do matter. And they matter to this police department. So this is not at the expense or in lieu of anybody else's life. That's not what this is about. This is about the fact that we have to do the right thing on this issue. And the world is speaking to us right now. So yes.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Brookter?
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Chief. And I'm glad that you know, we had a conversation and the department is behind this. I did want to make sure for the record, make sure that we got Commissioner Hamasaki's amendment to strike armed, which I'm completely okay with. I don't think it should read armed and or unarmed. So feel free, please, Phil, if we can strike that. But I also wanted to share, because Commissioner Hamasaki brought it up and Commissioner Elias really smiled. I want this department to also commit that this year during Black History Month, we either have a patch or a pin that's black, green, and red as a statement of continued commitment to further express that Black lives do matter. And I want to publicly state that, and that's something I want us all to be able to work on during February, which we know is the shortest month of the year. But it is Black History Month, and I want to call it out as well too.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I would love some kind of patch or what do you call it, button, or you know, that would be great.
And I'll yield my time to the public.
Thanks. Wait, I moved. Is there a second for the motion before we get public comment?
I second it. You know, I also thought about it right now. I think this also helps, you know, our Black officers who
exactly
like, you know, we already have a problem with keeping, you know, with diversity and hiring people and things like that. So I think, you know, this is something that we need to show them that we also support.
Yes. And Black officers in particular. So if you're writing a letter, what message does that send to the Black members of your union, the Black officers? If you're writing a letter, you know, against Black Lives Matter, it's just, I don't get it. Okay, so public comment. Thank you.
Commissioner, do you mind if we throw the resolution back up with the edits to see if this?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
All right, so the unarmed is to be removed, correct?
Yes, and then black people, and then down further, black should be capitalized. Yep, perfect.
And then we have times.
Yes,
And that's the only corrections, correct?
correct.
All right, we got it.
Okay.
All right. So at this time, the public is now welcome to comment on line item 5 regarding the Black Lives Matter posters. You can call 415. I'm sorry, 408-418-9388, access code 146-869-4234. Hit pound and then pound again. Hit *3 to raise your hand. For those that have already called in, you can now hit *3 to raise your hand if you would like to make public comment. And so far, Commissioner, we have 8.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. This is Dr. Monique Lassar, Executive Director of Rafiki Coalition for Health and Wellness, a member of San Francisco Black-led organization Coalition and Mega Black. Thank you, Commissioner Brookter and Commissioner Taylor, for your work on this. I join you in wholeheartedly supporting this sign of Black Lives Matter be permanently displayed and visible. Recently, the Human Rights Commission has passed a proclamation that anti-Blackness is a public health crisis. As an unapologetic Black agency, wellness agency, and as a mental health clinician, I implore you not to stop there. The implications on stress, cardiovascular health, and mental health is an additional cause of Black health inequities and premature deaths amongst African American and Black folks. Seriously, I have a client who was pulled over by the police and did not know whether he was going to be shot. By the time the officer came to the side of his car, he was crying and trembling. I have a Black clinician that won't drive back into San Francisco. She's afraid to drive 45 miles through the suburbs to get to San Francisco because she's afraid she's going to be pulled over by the police and harmed. We really must do more. I'm grateful that even a pin or a patch, I was thinking an armband. We need something that shows some kind of sympathy, respect, empathy, and equity for Black people. Also, something that changes the hearts and minds of these peace officers, especially the PI. Symbols can't do that. I don't know what can change hearts and minds, but I implore you to keep working hard at this, and I really appreciate your work. And thank you so much, Commissioner Brookter, for this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, hi. My name is Majid Crawford. I'm the Executive Director of the New Community Leadership Foundation. I'm also a member of ASL Black Organization Coalition. And I want to thank Commissioner Brookter for bringing this work, as well as I want to say that, as Commissioner Hamasaki said, symbols do matter. As we see in one of the states, in I believe it's Alabama or Mississippi, they took the Confederate flag off of their state flag, and that matters to people. Also want to say that it's a need for the Black community to have much more influence on how our communities are being policed, since we are the most negatively impacted by law enforcement. A lot of officers are not from the community, not from the city, not diverse. Diversity does not reflect the Black community, and I believe that this sign is a powerful first step toward the hope that we have young people and people that want to be from the community, more Black police officers. So for me, this is a powerful first step. It inspires me to want to get more involved because I haven't really been coming to the police commission in a very long time, and I know a lot of other people feel like there's just no point. But this right here, it actually inspires me, and so you will be seeing me more often, and there's a lot of other people that you're going to see more often when those signs come up, because that's a real big inspiration. That it's almost like an open door for us to really try to take control of our departments that's policing our community and have a bigger impact. So please push this forward. Just thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
See you soon.
Next caller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Eloise Patton, and I am a San Francisco native and current resident. I wanted to support this resolution, and I'm also on the leadership committee of the African American Arts and Cultural District. These have been issues, cultural issues, and systemic issues that we have dealt with for 20 years. It's concerning to me that we're still having the same conversation today in 2020 that we were having in 2010 and 2015 on the same subject. I think that this is a very good way to begin to change perception, as I know if I go into my precinct and I see that, it's going to make me feel a bit safer to understand that that culture is now beginning to show visual acceptance of African Americans and visual acceptance and recognition of the violence that has been imparted to this community. So I strongly encourage the commissioners to accept this resolution, and I'm fighting for words to say because Commissioner Elias and Taylor took all of the words out of my mouth. Hear, hear, thank you. I appreciate all of you, and thank you, Commissioner, for seeing what's needed and for having the guts to say what's needed, regardless of understanding the pushback. So I thank all of you, and I applaud all of you for all of the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi. My name is Manuel. I'm from the Excelsior. I wanted to make 2 points in regards to this resolution that you have been discussing. I've been listening to everybody, including the chief. One thing is, as a Mexican heritage person, I don't think that when you're saying Black Lives Matter, I think that you're creating a certain portion of the population. A lot of people who are of color, maybe not black, but who are having the same thoughts, the same feelings, but we're not being represented. And the second thing is, I know people that are police officers, and they've told me that they don't like this resolution or whatever you're wanting to call it, because we see on the media, on the news, people with BLM signs or people talking about Black Lives Matter that say they want to kill police officers or they want to harm police officers. So I don't think that if you put a sign in a police station, it's going to do any good. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next caller.
Hello.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, this is Yolanda Williams. I'm the president of the Officers for Justice. First of all, I want to say I commend Commissioner Proctor and the other commissioners on this long-needed resolution to address the systemic racism and bias that has oppressed this segment of the population. Lives matter. We all know that the indigenous group on the planet, the Black Americans, have been treated the least. We have been harmed more so than anything. The combination of these actions are necessary to make sure that we support this resolution. We have to make sure that it's demonstrated in policing, and it is imperative that the sworn members of this department ensure that they are going to deliver what is expected to the Black community, and that this is not just lip service. In order for us to do that, we need to make sure on a monthly basis we are evaluating the philosophy that we want to have addressed, and we should be grading the system to ensure that we are meeting the goals and objectives that are stated in this resolution. And as a Black woman and a 30-year veteran of the San Francisco Police Department, many of you have indicated and stated the reasons why I am not a member of the SFPOA, because historically they have not represented the interests of me as a Black woman. And again, I want to thank you for having the courage to do what is necessary so that Black people feel like they are appropriately represented and it is a balanced system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Gloria Berry. I'm the current chair of the Black Lives Matter for San Francisco Democratic Party of San Francisco. I first would like to raise the point that the resolution could not be read on screen for the public. And when I pointed this out last week, someone enlarged what was presented and we were able to read it. Next, I would like to say if you guys could refresh where we could find a letter that opposed the resolution. And then my next point is, I wanted to know, is the resolution binding? Can the POA and or a racist officer take it down with no disciplinary action? Next, I'd like to say, regardless, I highly approve the resolution being approved, and I will personally volunteer to help hang the sign and spot check to see how long they last. And also, I'd like to not lose focus that this sign in the doesn't take away that this commission gave 30 days suspension to a police officer that killed Jessica Williams. And finally, to people that think other people are not represented by a Black Lives Matter sign, I encourage them to research the data as to whom lives repetitively don't matter across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Just real quick, I wanted to let the public know, as well as my fellow commissioners, that the letter is under the 30-day correspondence on the Police Commission website.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. So I'm a bit surprised that people are so excited about this resolution, because it seems to me like it's kind of lip service. You know, I don't understand how hanging a poster is really going to do a lot to. I know one other commenter said that, you know, she would personally feel safer, but, you know, in general, I don't see how a poster is going to do a lot. And also on the political speech thing, you know, I don't see why a Black Lives Matter poster is okay, but other forms of, you know, why not? Why isn't the Confederate flag? I mean, obviously the Confederate flag is not the same as a Black Lives Matter poster, but you know, why not hang an American Indian Movement poster? Or, you know, who gets to decide what is appropriate and what isn't? Like, you know, when do certain forms of political speech come into favor, and when don't they? I feel like, you know, some areas should be neutral ground, I guess. So I feel like the resolution isn't doing anything, and it's inappropriately politicizing police stations. So that's pretty much all I have to say about it. Thank you.
Next caller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. My name is Michael Petrellis, and my first item is to question what happened when the rainbow signs went up in the police station, indicating that if gay people felt the need to go to the police station, that the police would value gay lives. I think it's very valid to ask what happened with that effort. The next thing I want to address is on the agenda for your website tonight under item 5, it doesn't give a link to the resolution. There is no text from this resolution on the agenda for tonight. And item 5 doesn't say where to find it. Now, a commissioner just said, go to the first of all, I went to the supporting documents section for tonight's meeting. The resolution is not there. the commissioner who said, look at the 30 days of correspondence. For tonight's meeting, there's something there from Dean Preston. There's nowhere to read the text of this resolution on your website, and there is nowhere to read this letter from the POA. And this is a great disservice to the public that we've not had a chance to print the resolution and read it. And the same goes for the POA letter. I think that you should have given us the opportunity to read both documents before tonight's meeting. And finally, I think that the rainbow signs need to be assessed.
Just for the record, I am looking at the commission website under today's date, July 2020, 5:30, the supporting documents for tonight's meeting, and the resolution is there. Resolution expressing support for Black Lives. So anyone who is interested can go and read the resolution. It has been there since Friday. And the POA letter we got this afternoon, so we couldn't have posted it before today, but it is also on the website. Thank you. Next caller.
Listening in and seeing.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Joy Jackson Morgan, the Executive Director of 3rd Street Youth Center and Clinic. Thank you, Commissioner Brooker, commissioners. I strongly support this resolution, and at this time in San Francisco, to be held accountable and not pit everyone against each other in the Oppression Olympics. This is about targeted universalism, and so when we take care of the marginalized community, we all come up. This is a stance that we're having. I also have the ED of Sister Web, Marna Armstead, on the line, who's having technical difficulties, who is also in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners, Director Henderson, Chief Scott. This is Brian Cox from the Public Defender's Office. To be clear, I think the posters that declare Black Lives Matter is an important and powerful first step in addressing centuries of oppression. The posters should be there and celebrated by all, including the POA. Certainly everyone on the Commission agrees that Black Lives Matter. But that belief should be followed up with a conscious effort to enact reform that, as Commissioner Elias said, protects and saves Black lives. And these reforms should happen immediately. Reform can't take years and years while Black folks continue to be over-policed, over-prosecuted, and over-sentenced. The issue, as I see it, is one of racial equity. How will the Commission orient its work to fully embrace rectifying the legacy of oppression and over-policing? We need to go beyond saying we're fully committed to reform. Now's the time to take real action to bring that noble sentiment to fruition, as symbols can only go so far. Ego reform should happen faster and can't go to the black hole of need confer, where the reforms are watered down outside of the Commission. Is an important question. Will the Commission take a summer recess? I heard an oblique reference to that possibility earlier, but I'm not sure. Should the Commission, given where we are in the world and how much important work is left to be done on police reform, take a summer break? I'll take that answer offline. Thank you.
I'm not sure about the oblique reference, but we will be meeting. We have 2 meetings scheduled in August, so you'll see the agenda and supporting documents as we get there. Thanks.
And there are no more public comments, Commissioner.
Well, I think we're taking the first week of August off, right?
Yes. So we're taking the first week of August off. We don't have a quorum that week, but we will be here on the 12th and the 19th for those regular meetings. Okay, so.
There's one more public comment.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Well, Commissioners?
Yes.
This is Montgomery Seal. I'm the Vice President of the Office for Justice, and I just wanted to chime in to say that I also support this resolution. It's high time, and it's definitely a huge step in the right direction, and it can only lead to better things in the future. Thank you. That's all. I just wanted to make sure. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you very much.
And that's the end of public comment.
Okay. So I think we have a motion to adopt in a second.
Yes.
Want to call roll for the vote?
All right, on the motion to adopt draft resolution expressing support for Black Lives Matter and direct the chief to install the Black Lives Matter poster signs within every police station.
Sorry to interrupt. I think that because of what the callers stated, it does raise an issue that perhaps we can add a section that says that the penalty for officers taking down this sign is included in the resolution so that it's clear.
Wait, what do you mean?
Meaning that if the sign is taken back down by a fellow officer, it could be subject to discipline, or there's a penalty.
I mean, it's a resolution, so any policy that is violated from the department will subject them to discipline.
Right.
And it's, I mean, it says like you're not allowed to cover it up. You're not allowed to like obstruct it in any way. Like, go ahead.
Sorry. I think that what I would ask then is to ask the chief to issue a department bulletin adopting the resolution. Meaning we'll pass the resolution tonight, but in the future, I think the chief should adopt a department bulletin encompassing our resolution.
Okay. I mean, I think that the resolution has, I mean, this is essentially a decree. The resolution has all the force and effect of a bulletin, but we can talk about that offline, but I mean, they have to follow it.
The point taken though, Cindy, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
On the motion to adopt the resolution expressing support for Black Lives Matter, Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Yes.
De Jesus, yes. Commissioner Hamasaki, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elias, yes. Commissioner Brookder, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Vice President Taylor, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice President Taylor is yes. You have 5 yeses.
And just really quickly, Commissioner Taylor, I just wanted to thank all my fellow commissioners and members of the public that called in. I've known Dr. Lacerre for years, and her efforts and countless hours she spends in community, especially right now during COVID-19, ensuring that individuals have access to healthcare via UCSF is just phenomenal. Ms. Eloise Patton, Yolanda Williams, Gloria Berry, we're going to take you up on that to come in and assist with hanging up the posters. But I really just want community to know, that's why we're here as a commission, to make sure that we echo the voices of those and make sure that they're heard. So I just want to say I appreciate community coming out tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Brookder. Okay, so the resolution passes. Let's call the next line item.
Line item 6, discussion and possible action to revise Department General Order 5.01, use of force, pursuant to Department General Order 301.01 E1 and 4. Department Bulletin that amends a current general order. Discussion and possible action.
Okay, so this was on last week, and we just wanted the opportunity to read it, and I'm going to let Commissioner Elias talk about all of her hard work and about this resolution.
Thank you. I really want to thank the chief for working with me on this DB. I think that he really did step up to the plate, and he went above and beyond with respect to some of the reporting requirements that are now going to be required. I am going to ask my fellow commissioners to support both the chief and I in this effort with this department bulletin. This department bulletin does a few very important things. Number one, it's going to change how we report the use of force. Currently, our GGO only reports use of force against individuals who are the subject of having a firearm pointed at them if the use of force results in pain or injury. It does not include any instance where use of force has been applied wherein no complaint of injury or pain is present. So this is going to widen the net in terms of how use of force is reported. Additionally, it is also going to encompass any time an officer unholsters his gun, we need to catch that data. And this DB is going to allow us to do just that. So the DB also is going to change how the use of force is reviewed by supervising officers. It's also going to allow us to adhere more to, or excuse me, comply with the current DGO 5.01 in terms of the reporting of the use of force to the commission and the analysis that is required from this data. So I am going to, again, ask my fellow commissioners to support this DB because I think it is, again, going to really help us capture the data in terms of the use of force and how the police department uses force. And it's going to allow us to see patterns and practices and trends and really give us a better snapshot of any sort of, or excuse me, any practices or patterns that we see that may be biased or that may target a particular group. And again, referencing the POA's letter and their commitment to the people of their commitment that people of color should not be victimized by racist policies and practices is something that they fully embody. So I am hopeful that since they have said that they will also embody this DB, which is put forth to ensure just that. I want to give the chief an opportunity to also talk about the DB since he did, we worked very hard on this. The only one thing that I have is a grammatical change that we didn't catch, and I apologize. It is on page 2 of the DB, paragraph D. The second sentence, I believe that it should be are objectively reasonable facts instead of there is a.
I think that's right.
Okay. Did you get that, Stacy?
You're on mute. Stacy, you're on mute.
Yeah, Phil got it. Thank you.
Okay, great.
So that's the only amendment that I have because I don't want to violate Brown. So we are going to ask that amendment be made and then we vote on it. But before we do that, again, I'd like to give the chief an opportunity to chime in.
Chief?
Thank you. I was on mute. Thank you, Commissioner Elias. So first of all, I want to thank Commissioner Elias and the commission who worked with us, with the department on this, and also the Department of Police Accountability, Executive Director Henderson and his team, who were asked to turn this around extremely quickly, and they did just that. And their input was also very much instrumental in, I believe, getting us to where we are now in these policy changes. So I'll just highlight, I'm not going to repeat all of what Commissioner Elias said, but some other features of this policy change will be the reporting of a firearm now includes the low ready position. And I think Commissioner Elias mentioned that in previous police commissions, but it also includes the low ready position when the weapon is potentially pointed in someone's direction, even at the low ready. Officers, as Commissioner Elias said, are required to include justification for having to draw, exhibit, or point a firearm in an incident report. 5.01 already laid out when we are authorized to draw or exhibit a firearm. And what we're doing with this is we're actually capturing that information, not as a use of force, but as a drawing and exhibiting. And we're also evaluating that for appropriateness. As has been stated time and again with the review of our use of force data and our collaborative reform work, the pointing of a firearm or even drawing of a firearm is a serious occasion to most people, and we need to be able to examine that. So this data collection will allow us to do that. Supervisors are required to immediately review body-worn camera footage and any other evidence prior to completing and submitting the supervisory use of force evaluation before the end of watch. Now, there are some exceptions in that because we do have sometimes extraordinary cases where there is voluminous amounts of body-worn camera footage to look at. So the policy is written to where those exceptions are reasonable in those situations where that is the case. Commanding officers are required to forward the evaluation form, and we're talking about the evaluation form that now includes drawing and exhibiting, to the officer's bureau deputy chief and the field tactics and force options unit from a training division for review. Other features, it changes some of the definitions on deadly force, imminent threat of death or serious bodily injuries, reasonable force, and also on the section on levels of force, deadly force is, the definition is changed to include any use of force that creates a substantial risk of causing death or bodily injuries. And then just to reiterate what Commissioner Elias pointed out about our data and the evaluation form, there's revisions in this policy that we believe will allow us a more accurate capturing of the data and a more complete capturing of the data. And at the end of all of this is that data that we use to make a determination of what directions we go for the commission and policy recommendations, and how well we're doing as far as progress on changing the narrative of some of the disparities that we're seeing happening with the use of force among people of color. So we do believe that these were very thoughtful changes. And again, I'd like to thank the Commissioner Elias and the DPA for working with us on that, and our internal training division and the people that have reviewed and weighed in on this. The fact that we've done this in less than a month, I think, is extraordinary in terms of a step forward for us with how quickly we got these bulletins completed. So thank everybody who had a part in that, including department personnel. And that's it for my portion of this presentation.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. One thing I did forget to do was, or thank was Diana Olivia Aroche, who actually made this turnaround happen. I think that, the chief just spoke of how quickly we were able to get this together and get it before the commission and make these changes. It was almost, a great deal that was because of her efforts and coordinating and getting all of us there to, add our additions and revisions and getting this document to the commission. So thank you so much. And I'm so glad that she is with the department now for a while. But it speaks to the fact that when we put our mind to it and we want to get this reform done, we can. And I have to say that, Chief, it really does help. And a big thank you and congratulations goes to you, because you also were a driving force in getting this done. And when you say, when you tell people to get things done, that's what happens. So thank you.
All right, so it's my turn here, and I want to give credit where credit's due. And in this bulletin, this DB, credit's due everywhere. So the chief actually mentioned to me weeks ago that he wanted to do this, and I just thought it was so fantastic and groundbreaking. And he brought the idea to the commission, and Commissioner Elias jumped on it right away and said that she wanted to work with the chief on it. And I think I gave the chief a week to turn it around. And every step of the way, I gave everyone a week to turn around. DPA had a week to turn around, and those deadlines were met. And everyone has moved so quickly to make this happen, and so thoughtfully to make this happen. And this is just a testament to what we can do when we're motivated. So I want to thank the chief, because again, this really shows your commitment to reform. This was your idea, frankly. And all the steps that happened along the way with everyone just really diving in. Commissioner Elias devoting her time and her energy to working out the details and working with the chief, the Department of Police Accountability and Ms. Marion and Director Henderson. I just thank everyone. And this is just an example of what we can do when we're motivated. Okay, so.
I'll make a motion.
Great.
So moved. Commissioner Elias, you have me at data.
So
beautiful DB.
I'll second. Public comment?
I didn't get to make my comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Commissioner Brewster, I'm so sorry. I blame Commissioner Elias. She wrote a sentence here and I couldn't see what came before it. Commissioner Brewster.
She
It's all
tries
right.
to steal all our shine, DJ.
It's
Steal
okay.
all our shine.
It's all right. I just echo my fellow commissioners. I really want to thank Commissioner Elias. I also want to say in that thank you, I know this came before the commission last week, and there were some changes that needed to be made, that folks agreed upon to be made. And I just want to thank you for taking the time to say, it's okay, we'll go ahead and give it another week, and allowed us to digest some of those changes that were made. So I want to say thank you publicly for that, and to Chief, and as you also stated, to Deanna, who has probably been on the force for maybe 2 weeks. I mean, she just hit the ground running. I want to thank her for her work, and of course, the folks at DPA and just everybody that was involved with this. It's already been motioned and properly seconded, but I will also add an additional second on top of it.
I think that might be a third. And Commissioner Elias, nobody is stealing your shine. Let's be clear, like you did the hard work on this. You did so, kudos.
You see her over there, Glenn.
Yeah. My point is really that thanks go all around on this one. So I wanted to make that clear.
Vice President Taylor, before the vote, can I make one point that I forgot to add about training?
Yes.
We, with all else, as the hard of hearing that the commission has approved earlier, in order to do this successfully, we have to roll out training. And we already started to work on training with training division of putting together a package to implement training so our officers are aware of the changes, so they're trained on the changes. So we have scenario-based type of training, so everybody's on board. And what we are planning to do, and want to bring this to the commission's attention, is we believe that we can have everything done in 90 days. That's the training, getting the curriculum, getting it out, and train the entire department. And at that point, this would become enforceable. And I think that's a big part of the proper rollout of any DGO, particularly something as significant as this. So I just wanted to bring that to the commission's attention and get the commission's support on that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
I can say we really appreciate it. When you want to make things happen, they happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
For members of the public that wish to make a comment on line item 6 regarding the DGO 5.01 use of force revision, you can call 408-418-9388, access code 146-869-4234, hit pound and then pound again. For those who have already dialed in, you can hit *3 now if you would like to raise your hand to make a public comment. So far, we have one. Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes. Caller, are you there? Commissioner, there are no other public comments.
Okay. Call roll for the vote.
All right, on the motion to adopt the revision to Department General Order 5.01 use of force, Department General Order 3.01.01 and 4. Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Yeah, I think it's a great, you guys you did great work. I vote yes.
De Jesus is a yes. Commissioner Hamasaki?
Yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias?
Yes.
Elias, yes. Commissioner Brookter?
Yes.
Brookter, yes. Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
Taylor, yes. You have 5 yeses.
The motion passes. Great. Oh, and I want to say, I'm going to direct. So this bulletin goes hand in hand with the other use of force bulletin that we passed as a commission on July 1st, and so I'm going to direct the written directives unit to include the content of tonight's bulletin and the bulletin that we passed on July 1st into 5.01, and those changes will be effective immediately. With respect to the other bulletin that we passed on July 1st, there was a clerical error in the last sentence of that bulletin. Commissioner De Jesus, it neglected to include the words "or prone," and you'll see what that means. So it should have read, "An officer shall document in an incident report anytime it is necessary to seat or prone an individual on the ground involuntarily."
Okay.
So that change has been made, and I direct that the written directives unit to include the content of both both bulletins into 5.01. And Commissioner Elias, I think you wanted to say something as well.
Yes, I wanted to clarify when the initial department bulletin regarding 5.01 that Commissioner De Jesus and Brookter worked on, we made a motion with respect to the meet and confer and instructing the chief not to, that the department bulletin wasn't subject to meet and confer. I am at this point going to ask to make a motion which would revise that previous motion we made, as well as include the current 5.01 DB that was passed today. So it's my understanding that because of Commissioner Taylor's directive, that both of the department bulletin for 5.01 that was before the commission prior and this one will be combined into one. At this point, I'm making a motion that all DB revisions made to DGO 5.01, that the chief be directed to do the following: that with respect to the DGO, or excuse me, with respect to the department bulletin, only it should be sent to meet and confer for the limited purpose of issues related to the training and discipline only. All other subjects are not subject to meet and confer. So therefore, the only parts of the DB that will be subject to meet and confer are those related to training and to discipline. And so I make that motion and ask my fellow commissioners to support me.
And just to provide further context, I think what you're saying is there are things that are legally required to go to meet and confer, training and discipline are, but absolutely nothing else should go.
Yes, and that is the language that came out of the Superior Court case in the San Francisco POA versus the City and County of San Francisco. That is the language that came out of that case, as well as the law that requires what would be subject to meet and confer. So again, I am asking that the chief be directed to send the department bulletin for the limited purpose of training and discipline only to meet and confer.
If we need a vote on that, I'll make that motion.
Wait, what?
Were you asking for a vote, Commissioner West?
Yes.
I thought Cindy made the motion.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'll second. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'll second it. Sorry.
There you go again, trying to steal my shine, huh?
I was trying to help you out.
All right, can we have a vote?
Okay, yes. So on the motion.
Or do we have public comment on that at all?
Yeah.
I think we should technically, while we're there, I think technically the clerical error that I just mentioned in the other DB, let's vote on that. Just be like airtight on adding the or prone. Can we get public comment on both if we need it? All right. So do I have a motion on the adding or prone to the DB that we voted for on July 1st? Okay. Do I have a second?
Wait. I think procedurally
we have to separate it.
We have to withdraw my motion first, allow yours to go, and then I can do mine. Or we could vote on mine and then do yours.
I think that's correct.
Yeah, whichever is fine.
Okay, so we've already done public comment, so we can go ahead and go into the vote.
Okay. So this is on Commissioner Elias's motion to only send the required subjects of training and discipline to meet for nothing else for both department bulletins.
Yes. Okay. So on that motion, Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Yes.
De Jesus, yes. Commissioner Hamasaki, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias?
Yes.
Elias, yes. Commissioner Brookter?
Yes.
Brookter, yes. Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
Yes. Taylor,
Okay.
you have 5 yeses.
And now I'm asking for a motion to add the words "or prone" to the sentence that I read on the bulletin that we passed on July 1st. So the sentence will now read, "An officer shall document in an incident report anytime it is necessary to seat or prone an individual on the ground involuntarily." Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Oh,
Second.
Okay.
John, just pick one.
it's your motion. I second it.
All right, should we?
So on the motion to add the word prone to the DB passed on June 1st, Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamasaki, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hamasaki and De Jesus, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Commissioner Brookter?
Yes.
Brookter, yes. Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
Vice President Taylor is yes. You have 5 yeses.
Okay, and so it'll be sent to written directives with on both DBs with those motions passed. Okay, so next line item.
Line item 7, general public comment. At this time, the public is now welcome to address the commission for up to 2 minutes on items that do not appear on tonight's agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the police commission. Speakers shall address remarks to the commission as a whole and not to individual commissioners or department or DPA personnel. Under Police Commission Rules of Order, during public comment, neither police or DPA personnel nor commissioners are required to respond to questions by the public response. Comments and opportunities to speak during the public comment period are available via phone by calling 408-418-9388, access code 146-894234. Press pound and then pound again, and press *3 to raise your hand. Alternatively, you may submit public comment in either of the following ways. You can email the Secretary of the Police Commission at sfpd.commission@sfgov.org, or you may send your written comments to the Public Safety Building at 1245 3rd Street, San Francisco, California, 94158. Commissioner, I will take the first public comment. Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is John Jones, and I wanted to speak to item 5 if the chair would allow me to. I was online to speak to item 5 earlier, but apparently I miskeyed my request. May I do that?
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to note briefly that I think the resolution really was a wholly inappropriate endorsement of a violent political movement, which is overtly hostile to anyone disagreeing or even appearing to disagree with its rants. If you wanted to really address the political speech comments that you received, you would put up a second poster next to the Black Lives Matter poster. And on the second poster, you would invite the public to come in and describe its comments with regard to the Black Lives Matter movement and to the competence of the police commission, which subscribed to the views of Black Lives Matter. Thank you very much for letting me make this comment.
You have a good night. Thank you. Any other public comment?
Yes. Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I as well didn't make it into the number 5 lineup and was looking to speak now if the commission would allow my 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. As we were discussing Black Lives Matter tonight, I agree with the sentiment, but not the group and their self-described agenda or beliefs. If you place Black Lives Matter materials with a capital B, a capital L, and a capital M, you are actually endorsing a political movement and an organization that believes in many points, but the destruction of the nuclear family as well. Its leaders have actually threatened to destroy the country if their demands are not met, and have actually argued that white people are recessive defects and must be mused at by the race and wiped out. And actually, Commissioner Hamasaki attached a racist underpinning a while ago while SFPD officers were wearing thin blue line masks, and he alleged that these were seen as racist.
I endorse that Black lives do matter. However, they should not be endorsed as a political entity within a police department. If you allow this to go forward, the word black should be capitalized, and anything after that should be in lowercase so that it is not being politicized. With a disclaimer against the political group, failure to show such separation would be a violation of the policy on incompatible activities for commissioners and may result in ethics complaints. Please spread the message of love and community, not division and hate propaganda by a political group such as Black Lives Matter. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but all the resolution says is that there should be a poster with the words Black Lives Matter. Just for the record. Thank you. Ms. Miller.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling to say that I applaud your work tonight, resolution, updated use of force bulletin, and wish with all my heart that there's no need to have a vote on why Black Lives Matter this day and age, because yes, of course they do. And to all the previous racist callers, it really would have cost nothing to stay silent and just listen tonight. Shame. I also wanted to ask the commission when you'll be devoting an entire series of these meetings, going line by line through the proposed budget department. And more specifically, when you'll be publicly auditing how you'll be defunding the SFPD. I would hate for this department to be caught on its butt in the future when this does happen and be unprepared for making thoughtful cuts in a timely manner. There's no reason why we can't get into that now. Keep your time.
Thank you. Any more callers?
One more call.
Okay.
Evening, caller. You have 2 minutes. And they just hung up.
Okay.
That's all the comments.
All right. Please call the next line item.
Next line item 8. Public comment on all matters pertaining to item 10A closed session, including public comment on item 9, and vote whether to hold item 10 in closed session, whether to invoke the attorney-client privilege. Looks like we have one caller.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. 2 minutes.
Hi, I would like to strongly encourage the not to hold this item in closed session. I'm very concerned about how it, the implications about it with regards to the act. And I'm concerned about, you know, just what's going on. I feel like I'm the corruption, you know, I just don't feel comfortable with these closed sessions. You know, I remember last week we were told that there was attorney-client privilege stuff that need to be held in closed session, but I don't understand what the commissioners can hear that the public can't hear. I understand certain clients might have health and confidence with their attorneys, but I don't understand what sort of secret information the commissioners are getting. So I strongly encourage you to hold the items in public, and I will be contacting the First Amendment Coalition with regards to the Police Commission's use of these closed sessions. And also, the Police Commission last week said that they would be disclosing the public certain information from last week, and I don't know where this information is. So I would like an update as to what happened to the information that was supposed to be disclosed from last week's closed sessions. So thank you.
Thank you. That information was posted on the commission website. Sergeant Youngblood, you can direct the public to exactly where it was posted. I just want to say, so what's happening in closed session, just so this is not, that's nothing to do with the Brown Act. There's no Brown Act violation. This is conferring, having an attorney-client conversation with our lawyers, with counsel. And the problem with having an attorney-client conversation with counsel in the public is that you then what's called waive privilege. And so what would happen as a commission if we waive privilege for these conversations is the POA, the very organization that we're often pitted against and negotiating against, gets to use that against us. And so all that's happening in closed session is a continuation of last week because we didn't get to all the items last week. So we're going to talk to our counsel about the 2 items that we did not get to last week. The items that we did get to, we posted those materials on the commission website.
And I would add that it is always our option to disclose after the closed session. I agree that we should, and I think everybody agrees that we should disclose everything that we are legally permitted to disclose and not hold anything in closed session that is not conference with legal counsel. So we will disclose hopefully after this session, and we will ask those to be posted again to the website.
Are there any other callers?
No, ma'am, but Commissioner Taylor, there was one public comment that was meant to go for the deaf and hard of hearing. It was meant to be read into the record. If it's okay, I'd like to read that in now.
Okay.
Dear Commissioners, Chief Scott, and other participating this evening, I am Nicole Bone, Director and Department Head for the San Francisco Mayor's Office on Disability. As I mentioned in my June comment, the Mayor's Office on Disability has had the pleasure of supporting this deaf and hard of hearing DGO work group since 2017. As you know, members of the deaf community, along with domestic violence advocates and fantastic partners in the San Francisco Police Department, have been involved in this work group since its inception, and fortunately, we had an exceptional example in the Metropolitan DGO on which to base the work. As I mentioned last month, implementing San Francisco's DGO now is of critical importance. We are in the midst of the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The ADA is first intended as civil rights anti-discrimination legislation for people with disabilities, and second, as a tool to help all persons understand how to live and communicate together in community. I would like to reiterate this DGO as written simply highlights how to implement effective communication and other accessibility obligations that have been mandatory for 30 years now. As you know, the next critical step will be training of our officers. The Mayor's Office on Disability is ready to collaborate with our police department colleagues on an officer training plan or assist in any way that would be most helpful to the department. We encourage that the training plan includes videos that depict the real-life experiences from deaf persons, and that these training vignettes utilize deaf actors in order to understand and learn from the deaf experience as closely as possible. Please do not hesitate to reach out to me if you have any questions or concerns, and thank you again for advancing this item on your agenda. Nicole Bone.
Thank you. Okay, next line item.
Line item 9, vote on whether to hold item 10 in closed session, San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.10, action.
Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias?
Yes.
Elias, yes. Commissioner Brookter?
Yes.
Brookter, yes. Commissioner, Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
Vice President Taylor, yes. You have 5 yeses. All right, at this time, we are going to close session.
Commissioner, please also revise the motion to include whether or not to invoke the attorney-client privilege for that line item that's necessary.
Oh, okay.
It was already stated.
I'm sorry, what?
It was not in the motion.
Oh, so motion on, I guess the motion is on whether to go into closed session invoking the attorney-client privilege, just to be clear.
Thank you. If we could have a revote on that.
Okay,
Commissioner.
so is there a motion to go into closed session invoking the attorney-client privilege?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
All right, on the motion to go into closed session and invoke attorney-client privilege. Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Petra's gone.
I'll come back. Commissioner Hamasaki, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias? Elias, yes. Commissioner Brookter?
Yes.
Brookter, yes. Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
And Commissioner De Jesus?
Petra? Okay.
And De Jesus, yes. You have 5 yeses.
All right, the motion passes.
All right, we are now going to go into closed session. held in closed session, San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.12A, action.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All right. On the motion, whether or not to disclose, Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
No.
De Jesus, no.
Wait, is that the way not to disclose, right?
Yeah.
The answer is no or yes?
Whether to disclose any or
No.
The
Okay.
motion is not to disclose.
All right, no.
Commissioner Hamasaki, how do you vote?
Yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias?
Oh.
Elias.
Well, wait a minute. When you say yes, don't you have to say you want to disclose everything?
No, I want to disclose what we discussed, which is the decisions of the commission for the evening.
That's not what you said. This is just motion not to disclose, period.
And I think, well, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, so I had it on mute and I started to say motion and then Elias, I was muted, so.
That's nothing?
I mean,
I think you could, look, you could vote yes, Petra could vote no, I could vote no. And
Yeah, we can.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Go, vote.
yeah, no. You guys can overrule me.
Commissioner Brookner, how do you vote?
No.
Brookner, no. Vice President Taylor?
No.
Taylor is no. You have 4 noes. Item 12, adjournment, action item.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
On the motion.
Steven's making a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Sorry, one real quick. We do need to take public comment on online item 11. For members of
Are
the
we in
public,
open session?
Yes.
we're in open
Okay.
session.
Okay.
For members of the public that would like to make public comment on line item 11, please dial 408-418-9388, access code 146-869-4234, or you can hit *3 to raise your hand. We have one public comment.
Okay.
Good evening, caller. You have 2 minutes.
I am really disappointed in the police commission's choice not to disclose. The items that were discussed in closed session based on the agenda seem like they were of pertinent interest to the public. Body-worn cameras, disciplinary penalty and referral guidelines. These items all seem very relevant and pertinent to public interest, and so I don't quite understand why this information is being kept from the public, and I'm just very disappointed. And yes, I will be contacting the First Amendment Coalition. Thank you.
Thanks. Next caller.
And that is all for public comment.
Okay, next line item.
Line item 12, adjournment, action item.
Motion.
Second.
All right. On the motion to adjourn, Commissioner De Jesus, how do you vote?
Yes.
De Jesus, yes. Commissioner Hamasaki?
No, yes.
Hamasaki, yes. Commissioner Elias?
Yes.
Elias, yes. Commissioner Brookner?
Yes.
Brookner, yes. Vice President Taylor?
Yes.
Yes. You have 5 yeses.
Great. Have a good night, everyone.
Guys.
Right.
Good night.